Hey everyone.
Hey, Larry.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing.
Hello.
Hi, Christy.
Christy, is that a Crustable?
No, it's a marble cookie from the bakery.
That sounds good.
I have to have snacks. My brain food.
Listen, so when I'm not doing this, I picked up like Grubhub and Instacart and DoorDash deliveries around here. And I had to go to Burger King 4 times today. And I don't even like Burger King, but can I tell you the smell of my car right now is beyond belief. If you could like fry an onion ring and a burger and then leave it in the sun, that's pretty much what it smells like. It's great.
Do you have one of those thermal bags or no?
Yeah, they have you do an insulated bag. So like, even though you can't, have it in front of you, the minute you open that bag, it's like delicious, greasy goodness. Just, I had gastric. I can't eat any of this anyways. So it just flows in your face and you get excited. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I went to Burger King today for my mother, and I was in line forever. I was so disgusted.
If y'all got kids, grab this book. It's called 0 and 1. One of my students, a young lady by the name of London Bowen, she wrote the book. It's a phenomenal book. It's
Okay.
about bullying. It's on Amazon, I think.
Yeah, I just found it. That's awesome.
It's about what?
It's about bullying and synergy and working through the bullying process, and it's a great book. It's a short book too, but for kids, written by a kid.
Oh, that's cool. Thanks for the rec.
Could you throw a link in? I'm having a hard time finding it on Google.
I can shoot one over quick.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, let me get my phone.
Nice.
Scotty don't look so excited.
I'm sorry, guys.
Like you wasn't gonna make it.
Read between the lines. Saturday.
So do you guys know if we're in person the last week? I know we typically are to practice capstones. We meet at Common Space and then graduation's at Lemoyne on the 8th. But is anybody planning on coming in the next, well, I'm not sure what Max has planned next week, but the week after or the last 2 weeks?
I think he's wherever he is. Isn't he somewhere?
Yeah, but he'll be back before graduation.
Right. So I think that last week, he said in person.
Okay, yeah, that's how it was last cohort too. So I wanted to make sure because I'll be out there the entire week, so y'all can deal with me in person too. But I'll be there to go around and definitely help with front end stuff. So
Stephanie.
Hi. Hey guys. What's up?
Zach! Wayne.
Hello.
Oh, wait, I gotta get my glasses since Zach is here. Yesterday I had a hat, Zach. You missed it.
What happened?
I had a hat yesterday, and Zach missed my hat. I'm gonna show you my hat really quick.
No, I liked your hat yesterday. And I like Larry's glasses yesterday. Where are they, Larry? Come on. I like them.
I feel like Run DMC.
Put them back. Yeah, that's what I was thinking yesterday. Christy.
It's perfect. The Adidas shirt. That's
Wait,
like
if you go
perfect.
into video filters, it's like the bottom row.
Yeah, background and effects. You can I'm gonna do this today. I'm gonna do his today. Okay.
I still didn't figure out how to change my whole avatar though. I actually like the 3D glasses better, but Zach hyped them, so I said I'll go with the circle ones.
They got some goggles you can use. I started doing this because I started watching the videos and I was like, I don't know that I want to see myself on video. 6 weeks worth.
Oh, happy anniversary to you guys.
Thank you.
Who's the anniversary?
Zach
Happy
and me.
anniversary.
Stephanie? Oh, yay.
I was
Congrats.
taking attendance and looked up at Christy at the wrong time. What she's like leaned into the screen to see whose anniversary it is, and it's just one giant eyeball on my screen.
Right. What are we gonna do? We're gonna have to have Zoom meetings week 25 and week 26 and get together, because I don't know how I'm gonna adjust to not being here.
We did weekly meetups. Some of them still do from my cohort. Everybody tries to get together at least once a month if they can, or they do Zoom. And everybody does study groups, even though everybody's got different jobs or different things going on. Like I do freelance work, but some of them work for Terrakeet or the city or whatever. And everybody tries to find one central time where we all get together for an hour and either chit chat or do our code together and help each other out. So seriously, keep in contact with that list of students you guys have, and like LinkedIn is your best friend.
I think I connected with most of them on LinkedIn. Are we recording?
Yes.
Oh.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Today's gonna be an easy day. We're going to work on deploying capstones. So let me share my screen really quick and show you what we got. This is what we've done all week. And the board is looking really, really good. We just have this last column over here, the actual capstones, the front end and the back end for the capstones, to work on today. Before we jump into working on our front end and back end capstone and start doing that, I wanted to run through just a couple more things from the slides that we didn't have time to get to yesterday. Some of this is more for reference, just so you know that it's here, and if you need it, you can come back and get it. So does anybody remember yesterday how we recorded, how we were doing Heroku config? Does anybody remember Heroku config, the command yesterday? Does anybody remember what it does?
It gives us a link into our Postgres
URL.
Variables.
URL.
Doesn't it give you the database URL or something like that?
Right. It gives you this long string, this long connection string for logging into your Postgres instance. So I don't know anybody noticed yesterday, but I shared my screen, and in the recording, everyone could see my database connection. Remember, that string includes a password, a username, and a password. So anybody that watches the YouTube video technically has access to my database, which isn't good, right?
Including everybody else who shared.
Yeah, including others that shared, right? So this is going to be real handy. So Postgres makes it easy in the situation where you need to change your credentials because either you shared them on a web recording or possibly you committed them in your code. This happens if you decide not to use that process env database URL, if you decide not to use that environment variable, but instead hard code in the literal string. If you accidentally commit that, that can also be something that might get leaked. So long story short, yesterday I leaked my credentials to my database. And if I want to rotate them so that the credentials don't work anymore that I leaked yesterday, there's a command called Heroku PG credentials rotate. And you can take that, come into the terminal, and then go to wherever your backend is that has Postgres enabled. Call this command, Heroku PG credentials rotate. It will ask you if you want to proceed. Sorry, this terminal is messed up. Let's try that again. Okay. So wherever your backend is that has Heroku enabled, type in Heroku PG credentials rotate. They'll ask you to type in the name of your app to confirm. And now the config for my, if I were to run Heroku config, it would be a completely different connection string. Okay. Any questions about that?
So then you got to tell your front end what the new. Do you have to? So that config, is that, do the calls to the database from the server and the calls to the back end from the front end, do they all have to change?
No, not from the front end to the back end. So
Okay,
from the front end to the back end, that's just the URL in.
right.
So that's going to stay the same, but you're right. The back end, when we deployed it, had an environment variable. That environment variable changed. Now, I don't think that our app automatically picks that up. So I think that you would need to redeploy your backend after this. You wouldn't need to make any changes to your backend, but I think you would need to redeploy it so that your app gets deployed with that new environment variable. And then, of course, if you had Beekeeper set up to log into your database, you would want to go into Beekeeper, delete the old connection because those credentials no longer work, create a new connection, paste in whatever Heroku config gives you. Import from URL, paste that string here. Okay. Any other questions? All right. This is it.
I have one more. On the slide deck, is there a download button? So I can have a local copy of it?
Yeah. Go up here to File, Download, PDF, plain
Oh.
text.
Right there. Thank you.
I know this one's not going to be very helpful if you've already downloaded or if you've already accidentally deleted your Heroku database. But if you want to be extra certain that you don't accidentally delete your database, either from Heroku doing something and screwing it up, or you doing something and accidentally screwing it up, you can go into Heroku and schedule backups of your database. And I believe Heroku will do this for free. something around like a 24-hour interval. I think Heroku will go and take a snapshot of your database. Just in case if you mess it up, you can restore from the snapshot and have a copy of your database. So this is kind of a good idea if you actually start putting meaningful data into your database. All right.
Take your shoes off, Mona.
So I know there are a couple people that talked about adding a domain name to their Heroku. So instead of their front end being, so here's my blog front end. So instead of the front end being whatever Heroku gives you, you can instead take a Namecheap domain or wherever you bought your domain. You can take that and put it in front of your Heroku app. I think this is kind of nice and would be a really nice touch for your capstone if you really wanted to put in the effort to dress up the URL for your capstone. And if you do decide to do this, just let me know. There's this GIF over here that shows you how to set it up on Heroku and then how to set it up on the Namecheap side. It's really easy. If you need somebody to, or if you'd like somebody to help walk you through it, I'd be more than happy to do it. Okay. And then I would be I would be remiss if I didn't talk briefly about monitoring. One of the most important things about deploying our applications is knowing how the application we deployed is doing. Part of the problem when you deploy is that sometimes it's hard to see what your deployed app is doing. You know, when we're developing on our MacBooks, it's really easy to tell what's happening because we have the terminal right there. And if it crashes, we can just go look at the terminal. But if our app crashes on Heroku, it's hard to know when that happens. And sometimes it's hard to tell why those crashes happen. Heroku doesn't have great monitoring tools, but it has some monitoring tools. Can anybody think of the primary monitoring tool that we've been using so far with Heroku? What we've been using to tell what's going on with it?
The logs.
Yeah, right now logs are kind of our main monitoring tool. It's really what tells us how our app is doing and if it's crashed. You could get enhanced monitors in Heroku, but you've got to pony up some cash. So if I go to my backend and click on the metrics page, it's going to say that I don't have access to any kind of monitoring or metrics, and I have to upgrade my dyno. I'm going to do that really quick just to show you what it looks like to enable this. So I'm going to come in here and change the dyno type to hobby. Go back to metrics. And now you can see on this page, it's just kind of unlocked a whole bunch of statistics for me to be able to view. So things like telling me when the app has crashed on a timeline. Right now, my backend, I believe, or sorry, from this period, the app was actually asleep, so there's no metrics going on. But here's when the app started to wake up. And yesterday you could see for how long, about how long the app was crashing and what state the app was in. If your app is doing something compute intensive, so let's say it was generating like a Fibonacci sequence or something that required lots of memory or CPU, this graph would be useful so you could tell just how well your app is performing. And then response time. Is anybody familiar with what response time means?
How long it takes once your request is sent out for the response to come back?
Right. So this is the end users, the customers' time that it takes for data to travel from the backend to their browser. So this is nice to know because for some reason I have this spike here up to a whole second for some reason. So that would be something interesting to go look into and try to figure out why is my app taking more than these what look like tens of milliseconds in the normal case for response times. This graph is kind of nice because it shows you how many non-200 status codes are being returned by your backend. If you have lots of non-200 status codes, so 500s, 403s, that sort of thing, it's really nice to know that because it could be indicative of a bug in your app. The last graph here is called dyno load. That really just means CPU usage, but dyno has a special connotation within Heroku. But really over here on the left, you can think of this as a scale between 0 and 1 or a scale between 0 and 100% of a single CPU. So we can see right about here, we were using around 60% of our CPU usage. So again, if you're running something that's compute intensive, this would show you how those resources were being used. This is especially useful in case you were to see that you are running at 100% CPU usage all the time. That would tell you that, I need to look at getting better hardware or renting a bigger server in order to run my application. And that's really about all you get with Heroku. There's not a whole lot of monitoring that they offer, unfortunately. And if you pony up the extra cash for the bigger instance, so I'm paying $7 a month now for this. Unfortunately, you don't get historical logs either. So I still have to come in here and hold open my log window in order to see any errors, which is kind of unfortunate. But all right, any questions about that? Come in here and try it out. If you decide that you're gonna pay the $7 just to have the bigger instance for the capstone demonstration, feel free to come in here and take a look. And I'm gonna switch back to free because I don't want to pay $7. Okay. There are other last cohort, especially, I talked a bit about Sentry, which is another piece of software that you can include in your app. I'm not talking about it this cohort because there's just not enough time, but there are businesses, there are products out there that do a much better job of monitoring and telling you about bugs in your code. Much better products than what Heroku offers. So if you're getting serious about your software and getting serious about catching bugs and understanding how your software is doing, take a look at Sentry. It's got a really good free tier. Okay, and then the last thing I want to talk about before we get into deploying our capstone and we spend time working on those is I want to show people how to do automated deploys. If you recall, when we first met back in week 7, we spent a bunch of time doing GitHub pages. And if you recall, with GitHub pages, all you needed to do to deploy to GitHub pages was write some code, commit, and push. Then you went to GitHub and you could see the little jobs running on GitHub that automatically deployed to GitHub pages. Does anybody remember looking at that in week 7? It was a really simple system. I mean, GitHub pages was real simple. Heroku, unfortunately, is a bit more complex, but there are things that you could do to get that simplicity back. And one of them is to automate your deploys. So I want to show real quickly how you would do that. Don't feel like you have to do this, but if you want to, this is here for you. And I'm gonna walk through it real quick. So if you want to have your application automatically deployed to Heroku without having to go in and run the git push Heroku command. Remember how we commit, push to GitHub, then we go back to the terminal, and then we punch the git push Heroku command. If you want to get away with not having that extra step, you can create what's called a GitHub action. So when your code gets pushed up to GitHub, GitHub will actually do the deploy for you. And the gist of it is that you would, if you wanted to do this, you would need to go into your application. So I'm going to go into my blog backend. Go into your application, and at the top level of your repo, create 2 folders nested within each other. So does anybody remember the command to create a folder in the terminal?
Make dir.
Make
No.
dir, yep. So I'm going to make a GitHub folder, and then I'm going to make a workflows folder. And then I'm going to move into that workflows folder. So now you can see I'm inside of my repo, inside of a .github, inside of a workflows folder. And this is just a requirement from GitHub. If you're going to build this GitHub action, you have to put it in a special folder so GitHub can find it. Then I'm going to create a file called deploy.yaml. It doesn't matter what you name it, it just needs to be a YAML file. I'm going to open this up where I'm at in VS Code so I could see this deploy. Okay. And then here's some code. Just take this and copy it into the file and replace the Heroku app name with whatever the app is that you're wanting to automatically deploy. So in my case, it's blog-backend. Or sorry, it's the Heroku app name would be DE1UX blog-backend. So this is the Heroku app name. Okay. And then you can see here, there's an API key and an email that we need to provide to this. You don't do anything here. All you do is go into GitHub and look at the repo. So it's blog-backend. So now I'm going up to GitHub and I'm going to go to settings on my repo. And there's a secrets tab down here where I can add secrets for my GitHub actions. So that is what these 2 things are here. They're secrets, a Heroku API key, and a Heroku email. We need to provide these 2 things in order for this action to trigger. So first I'm going to define a secret called Heroku API key. I'll click new repository secret. The Heroku API key, you can get an API key for Heroku by just coming to Heroku, clicking on your account settings. Down here, there's an API key section. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to paste it here so it's in GitHub. So now I have a Heroku API key secret, and then I'm going to make one more for my email, this Heroku email. And add that secret. Okay, now I can take this code that I've written. If I open up GitHub Desktop, here's the blog backend. We just created this file. I'm going to make a commit and say, adding a GitHub action to automatically deploy to Heroku. Commit and push. Now, every time that I push to GitHub, it's going to automatically push to Heroku as well. So I no longer need to come back into the terminal like we were before. I no longer need to come in here, open up VS Code, come into my terminal, and do git push Heroku. I no longer need to come in here and type this out. I no longer need to wait for the command to finish. GitHub is just going to do that automatically for me from now on. And you can see here's the commit. Remember from GitHub pages, there's this little dot here for all the little GitHub, all the actions that GitHub runs. If I click on that, you can see we now have this special job running on our code. I can click on the details. And this is actually running the deploy. This is running the git push Heroku that I would have been doing in my terminal. It's running it for me on GitHub. If I open and expand this right here, you can see these are all the things that I would have been doing in my terminal, but now GitHub is taking care of it for me.
Can we
I
walk
know
through for the blog?
sorry?
I said, can we walk through that and do it for the blog?
Absolutely. If for the blog or the capstone?
Well, the blog first, and then I guess the capstone when
We can, honestly, I just wanted to show you this. So you have this in the video if you want to go back and refer to it. But the slides, it's really just as simple as what you see here in the slides. It's creating this file in GitHub workflows in a, and you can even go to my repo now and just copy that file to yours. Yep.
Oh, so we're just creating this in the GitHub, not in blog.
We're creating it inside of our repo. So if you go to the top of your repo and create this file inside of these directories, inside of this GitHub workflows, if you create this file and push it to GitHub, then you'll get what I just showed. It will automatically push to Heroku.
But will this push for oh no, it only does it for, so we have to make a separate one for each one where it's deployed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. It's one-to-one, so each repo with each GitHub, or sorry, each repo with each Heroku deploy, if that makes sense. Each Heroku app.
Yes. Okay.
I had a quick question.
Yeah.
So I might have missed some of this, but so all it is like just making sure that we have the Heroku stuff within. I don't know how to explain the question, but I was just, so what makes it like automatically like, because it seems like it would be easier to just do it in terminal, and then is it going to keep going throughout? Like I'm not sure.
Yeah, good question. Let me answer that though. There's some magic going on here. I know there's some magic, and part of this is confusing. But there's like a certain level of magic that you have to accept at some level. And like the big magic right now is this .github workflows folder. This is something just really special about GitHub. If you create this folder inside of your repo, GitHub will go look inside of it for things that it can run. And this is just magical. Like this is just something that GitHub will do for you. And yes, this is a little bit magical in the sense that if you do this, you're no longer running it on your terminal. So you can't see when it finishes, which is a little bit confusing because you kind of want to know when your deploy is running and when it finishes. If you're not comfortable with that, please keep running in the terminal. You don't have to do any of this. In fact, if you're not interested in this, don't feel like you have to.
No, I was just asking.
Yeah. It's completely optional. Keep doing git push Heroku and manually triggering your deploy if that's what feels right to you. This is just the reason why this is nice is you can be developing your code, you can commit and push it, and then later go and check on the deploy. This is for more of kind of a relaxed development flow as opposed.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Like, so I wouldn't have to put it in the terminal again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you put it. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep. Danielle.
Okay, so my question is, this does seem a lot easier.
Yeah.
Why aren't we being taught this way? I guess I'm trying to understand, like, what's the benefit of doing it the other way when this seems like it's more functional and.
Yeah, good question. Mainly because easier to get started the other way. I could have introduced this as the first step when I was talking about Heroku. But the problem is that we would still have needed to install Heroku CLI on our computers. We still would have needed to figure out how to run Heroku config. We still would have had to get all of that stuff set up anyways. But you're right. This is definitely easier and arguably more convenient than what we did originally. Good question. Good question. And when I'm talking about magic, there's special things going on in this file, and I kind of tried to break it down on this next slide. But at a certain level, you kind of have to accept that some of this is just magic. Like, for example, this Heroku deploy module that we're using, I got this off of the internet. I went and Googled to see how to do Heroku deploys automatically, and this is what I found. So so these GitHub actions are kind of magical. And if you want to check it out, there's documentation on GitHub about different actions, and you can do all sorts of stuff. You can run npm install to verify that your package.json is valid. You can run npm test to run your unit test or integration test or synthetic test. I mean, you can make GitHub actions do a whole bunch of really cool stuff. So feel free to come in here and check it out. It's kind of nice because GitHub has this ability to run and give you computers to do things when you push code up to it. So feel free to check that out and leverage what you find interesting there. And then here's the whole list of all the terminal stuff. Oh, the last thing I wanted to mention is Heroku is really Amazon behind the scenes. So anything that you can do on Heroku, you can do just as well on AWS. If you come to the office hours on Saturday, I'll be talking more about Amazon Web Services. But just for your own information, when you're using Heroku, you're actually just using AWS behind the scenes. Okay. Now let's turn it over and let's talk about deploying our capstones. I think I want to start by working through the front end. So who doesn't have a front end right now for their capstone? If you just put in chat so I can see who all doesn't have one. Larry doesn't have one, Stephanie doesn't have one, Stranjay doesn't have one. Okay. Yes, Nicole, we can. Just don't let me forget. If you've already bought a domain for it, then yeah, we could definitely link it up. All right, before we get going on the deploy, I want to catch up Larry, Stephanie, and Stranjay. Let's go make a front end real quick. Can we do that?
Sure.
So to make a front end, I'm just going to go through the steps. We want to put it in our capstone front end repo. So I'm going to go and open up GitHub Desktop, switch to the capstone front end, and open this in VS Code. Close my other windows. And I have stuff here, so let me get rid of this.
Yes, Rich. What is his name?
Okay, so I deleted everything. I'll delete the get ignored too. All right. So Larry, Stephanie, Straw J, are all of you in your capstone front end in GitHub desktop?
Yeah.
Larry's good. Straw J, Stephanie.
You said open it in Visual Code, so that's what I've done.
Okay, you got it. Stephanie, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So open a VS Code, grab a terminal, and we are going to run the npx create react app. And then we're going to give it a name, so app. This is going to generate all the boilerplate for a new
For some
React
reason, I
app.
already have all of that in my front end.
Already too.
You've already got that?
Yeah, I have all of that in my front end.
Oh, you guys all have front end code then.
Oh, I guess
think-
I don't have none of mine.
I mean, it doesn't have.
Hey,
Yeah, well, you have code. That's like, we need
Okay.
something to deploy.
Sorry.
All right, well, you guys have to sit through me installing all my stuff. Okay, here we go. Inside of, just to make sure though, inside of, and this is for everybody else that has front end code, inside of your capstone dash front end repo, make sure that you don't have what I have. See how I have a folder at the top level of this repo? See how I have the app folder? I need to take.
I think I have that problem.
You have the same thing. So I need to take everything in app and bring it up a level. I need to bring it to the top level of my repo so everything is flat. Otherwise, Heroku's going to get upset and not be able to figure things out. So if you also have your code nested in an extra folder, to bring it up to where you're at, make sure you're sitting at capstone dash front end. So you're sitting at the root of your repo. We're going to use the mv command, which takes 2 arguments, what you want to move and where you want to move it to. We're going to move everything in app to where we are right now. So we're going to say mv app /star. So grab everything inside of the app folder. And then we're going to move it to where we're at. And that shortcut is dot. So if we do that and hit enter and then do an ls, we'll see that everything has moved up out of that folder.
Can you move up with it? Because yeah, can you move up a little bit?
Move up like in the terminal?
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah. Okay. So after we ls, but I don't.
Is your folder called something else?
Dream. Get off the ground, Dream.
Yeah, I believe so. Let me check.
If you do an ls, what do you see?
I just see source or ls, and it just shows source.
Do you want to share your screen?
I think that's the folder. That's I'm always looking for the share screen button. It's big and green right there.
Okay, nice. So you are inside of an app. Oh, no, you're inside of 2 folders. You've got app and then src
Um, well,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, oh yes, app is sources in app. And then,
Right.
yeah.
So we actually need to come up 2 levels.
Do you guys have that? Larry and Stephanie? Or that's just me?
I didn't name mine app, so I don't have that folder. And I moved, but I didn't make the initial thing. I moved everything out already and put it where it needed to go.
Okay, so
And I think I did mine on Wednesday. I think I ran into an issue and I asked in class, and I think that's when Nathan had me move stuff out of one folder because I had 2 folders for some reason. So,
Uh-huh.
but I did it in the actual window itself because I'm not great at terminal yet.
Sanjay, have you actually made any changes to this front end code yet? Is this just the default code from npx create react app? I think the easiest thing would be to just blow this away and recreate it, because I think there's code that needs to be in an SRC folder, but isn't. Are you cool with blowing this away and recreating it?
this is what's in SRC.
Yeah, I think,
Um,
but when you created a React app, you typically have, let's see. Oh, okay. So I think we can do this. All right. You mind if I take control?
I thought you did. I was like, wait, what?
Let me request remote control. Okay, thank you. All right, so we have SRC right there. We have an app. So I'm going to move up 1 level so I'm at the top of the repo. If we do an ls, we'll see that there's just an app as source. Let's move everything in app.
If you were to move up,
SRC.
how would you do that? CDD, CD dot dot, and then a slash?
To move up 2 levels? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Yes, it would be CD dot dot slash dot dot.
Oh, okay.
3 levels would be that, for that, etc. All right, so we're going to move everything inside of app SRC to where we're at currently. We do an ls. Now we've got all of this stuff here. We're going to remove the app folder because it's just empty now. And then we're going to make a source again, move everything into source, and then move from source all of the package JSON files here, and also the README file here. So now if we look at this, and also the node modules belong in the root. Move that here.
I think public
And
also
public.
goes outside.
Yes, good catch. Yep, public. Does that look right to other folks? I think that's right. And then I guess just to prove that this works, we will run npm start. And as long as we get a working site, we'll know this is right.
There's a question in the chat too.
If you've not added React to your front end, can you add it now, or is it best to leave it off before we deploy? I think it would be best to have React added now before you deploy. Because Strong J, I think you're good now. I think that's working. Danielle, I think it would be easier to do it now versus later.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Do you have do you have code in your
I have
capstone front end?
I have like the HTML code that, and I have some JavaScript code, but I have not added React to it at all.
Would you like a Create React app to deploy?
Sure.
Do you mind sharing your screen?
Uh,
Once we get Danielle set up, then we'll dive into deploying this, deploying all of our front ends. Okay. Danielle, can you show me GitHub Desktop? Yeah, let's go to the blog, or sorry, capstone front end. Yep, you're right. Yep, clone it. Yep. Cool. All right. Open in VS Code. This first button in the middle. Yep. And then, okay, so you have code in here. Are you cool with us putting this inside of a folder for now, so you still have it? And you're muted.
so you're saying just open a folder and then,
No, we can do this in the terminal. So if you right click somewhere over here and get an integrated terminal. Just right click anywhere in this empty space. Yep. Open an integrated terminal. Yep. Okay. To create an empty directory in the terminal, you would say mkdir and then the name of the folder. The name of the folder, let's call it well, whatever you want to call it. Old or previous or something. Capstone folder, that works too. Yep. Hit enter. And then let's move everything in there. So say mv space star space capstone folder. So we're saying let's move everything into the capstone folder. Okay, yep. All right. Now let's create the React code. So do npx space create.
even though it said invalid argument?
Yep, it's still
Oh.
fine.
Okay. NPX,
Yep, space create React, create dash React dash app. Perfect. Sorry, space and then the word app. We gotta remember to give it a name. I keep forgetting that. Danielle, the reason why it said rename capstone to capstone folder invalid argument, the reason why it said invalid argument is because MV doesn't understand how it can move capstone folder into capstone folder.
okay, that makes sense.
So yeah, it moved everything else. It just didn't understand how to move that one thing, which logically follows.
Uh-oh, we're getting some errors.
Oh, insufficient space.
Okay.
Oh no.
All right, so this problem will be resolved tomorrow.
Okay. Well, will you be able to come to office hours?
Yes, I'll come to office hours and resolve it then.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is everybody else ready to deploy some front ends? Some capstone front ends?
Yeah.
Everybody should have some code. Okay, let's do it. This is gonna be the quick version. Okay. So you should be in GitHub Desktop. You should be in the capstone front end. You should have some code. I've got tons of changes because I forgot to make a git ignore. If you're like me and you also have 36,000 changes, feel free to make a git ignore. to ignore your node modules.
I'm currently on one monitor, but so is it okay? It's get ignore like folder and then node modules in it.
What
Yep,
we doing right now?
Sorry,
Sorry, what are we doing right now?
we are going to deploy our capstone front ends.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, my get ignores inside my SRC. I need to move it up. So I'm going to delete this. Come up here to the top, create a new file, .get ignore node modules. There we go. Capstone front end. Am I missing some? Get ignore node modules. Oh, it's inside of VS Code now. Sorry. New, close this. New file. Get ignore node modules. There we go. Okay, now I'm down to 20 files. All right. So you should be in GitHub desktop. You should be in your capstone front end repo. You should have some code. If you've already committed, that's fine. If you haven't, go ahead and make a commit message. I'm going to say adding my create React app code.
I have a question. I feel like I should already know the answer to this, but I was
Yeah.
working on my code, but I wasn't working on my code in the GitHub folder one. So
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
So if you weren't working on your capstone inside of the GitHub folder, then you need to bring that code over and put it in your GitHub folder. That's why I wanted to impress the importance of always work inside of that GitHub folder so that you don't have that out of sync kind of problem between the two. Okay, so we're going to deploy our capstone front end. If you haven't already, come into Heroku and make a front end app. So come into Heroku, create new app up here in the top. We've got to make a spot for our capstone to go. We're going to call it our GitHub username, capstone front end.
Oh, you gotta put your username first. Oh yeah, I did that.
Cool.
did.
Some people might already have a capstone front end in Heroku.
What if you have too many letters?
I just chop letters from your GitHub username. Shorten letters from your GitHub username. Once you have that, we don't need to do the Heroku login again, but we do need to link up the remote. So this Heroku get remote command, you'll see this on about the middle of the page on the deploy tab for your new capstone front end app. So scroll down a little bit. Remember, we only have to do this one time. So I'm going to open up capstone front end in VS Code and get a terminal. And then just git push Heroku and we're done. That's it for the front end.
We copied it. We copied the code first, right?
Copy the code. What do you mean?
The code we just copied.
Yeah, the Heroku git remote. Yep, copy that
Yeah,
into the
okay.
terminal and run it. Does that work for you, Christy? You got it?
Yeah.
Nathan, Zach has his hand up. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, what's up, Zach?
I was trying to add my back end because I guess I had my front end added, but not my back end. And I got up to the step where I do git push Heroku, and it's saying rejected fetch first.
Okay. Let me stop sharing. Let you share. Failed to push some refs. You may want to first integrate git pull before pushing again. Go into GitHub Desktop and click the fetch origin icon. Okay.
Oh wait. Whoops.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Try it again. The remote contains work that you do not have locally. Do a git push Heroku main : main. Git push, so in the terminal, git push Heroku. Sorry, did I lose you?
One just killed itself.
Can you hear me, Zach?
Yeah.
So in the terminal, say git push Heroku main : main.
No
Yep.
space, right?
Mhm. Sorry. Do a git space log.
Oh.
Should this be the back end or the front end? I'm sorry.
Right now, Zach's working on the back end. So see the commit 3BD144E47, that whole deal right up here.
Yeah.
Top. Copy the 3BD all the way to the 84 at the end. Yep. Hit Q on the keyboard. All right. Now do a git push Heroku space paste : main. Go press F one more time and then do space -F after the main. Yep, keep main in there, -F.
Oh, dash.
Yeah. This is something happened, something weird happened there, and this is just saying I don't care what you have on Heroku, -F is force push this.
Okay.
So stop giving me warnings. -F is force to push. Cool. I think you're good. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, Wayne. Let's get back to the front end. I didn't mean to confuse anybody by doing back end. Once you have the git remote added, let me share my screen. Go back to VS Code. So once you run Heroku git remote, you should be able to do the git push Heroku and have the deploy run. Is anybody having problems getting those two things to go?
I had got messed up. Oh,
Okay.
turn this down.
I'll
So
stop
yeah,
sharing.
I guess I never even moved my capstone into the GitHub. I only had made a repo.
Oh, okay.
So I can
Um,
just drag it over, just delete the node modules, drag it over into the
Yep.
GitHub folder and then commit it up.
Yep, exactly. Anybody else having problems deploying their front end, their Capstone front end? I got some people, it looks like Stephanie's doing good. Larry's got a push. Zach's got one. Scotty's got one.
Okay, I might need help. After Zach.
Yeah, go ahead, Zach.
And I think I figured out what the problem was. I was checking that sheet that has what we all listed as having correct. I think I accidentally named one of my files wrong, like on day 1 or 2, and it's saying my blog backend isn't synced anymore. I think I might have tried to upload both to like the same name by mistake or something.
Oh, maybe you set the Heroku remote the same for both.
I think so.
Okay, so this is actually really good. If you want to share your screen, there's a command you can use to check the remotes that you have set. If you go in, oh, I see, it's pushing to the blog backend. Wow, that's the problem. So that's why
This
Git
is
was
the blog
confused.
backend. I switched over to the blog backend from the
Oh, okay. Switch back to the Capstone backend. Okay. In Capstone backend. Okay, here, yeah. Well, see, there it is. Z Hafner -blog -backend. See at the bottom,
Oh.
it's pushing there too.
Okay.
So in the terminal, do git remote -v. Yep. These are all the remotes that you have set up. You have a remote to push to GitHub, and then you have a remote to push to your blog backend. To erase the Heroku one, and we'll create the right one. To erase the Heroku one, say git remote rm Heroku. So we're telling it we are going to delete the Heroku. Okay, go open Heroku, the website, and let's go grab that command to link this up. Capstone back. Yep. Deploy tab, like midway through the page. Keep going. Yep, there it is. Heroku git remote. Yep. I have a feeling we're going to need to do a force push again here. So do git push Heroku. If that doesn't work, then we'll need to do the -f. Oh. Nope, looks like you're good.
Okay, so now what I want to do would be to go to blog backend, deploy
RM the remote. No, sorry. I think your blog backend is actually linked correctly. I think your
well,
blog backend's good.
damn, I hate this thing. I wish I could get rid of that. 1 sec.
I think your blog backend is linked correctly. I think we just accidentally pushed your Capstone code over top of it, and that might be why it's crashing if you're seeing something.
Does anybody remember how to get rid of this stupid bar up here?
I think you just grab and click it from the corner. I usually grab and click it from the.
Oh, I got it.
left-hand
Thank
corner.
you. That worked. Okay. Yeah, this like unchecked the blog backend.
That's fine. We
This
don't
is
need to.
rechecked and this is unchecked.
That's fine. You really don't need to worry about the blog anymore. It served its purpose.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure I had everything set up correctly.
Yep. Nicole, the slide for setting up Heroku starts on slide 35 for signing up for the Heroku account and then installing the CLI and so on and so forth.
Okay. Can I just show 'em what I have so far? And
Yep, absolutely.
so, 1 second, moving this out the way. So, okay. So what I realized I did is I had 2 GitHub folders from the last week you were here when I pushed up my stuff. And then now I realize that I have this in here. So yeah,
This looks like the right place.
yeah, this is
That-
the right place, but this
Yep,
one
okay.
isn't. Like but yeah, so I'm just trying to do it now, but there's nothing to push up, so I pushed everything up yesterday, I think. So should I open it up in VS?
Open this up in VS Code. Let's make sure that there's some stuff in there. Yeah, you got a public SRC. Yeah, this looks good. This is
Yeah, but I think I missed the Heroku step.
okay. So go into open us up a terminal here. We can see if you have Heroku linked already. Say git remote --v in the terminal. Git space remote, yep, space --, the letter V, yep, for verbose, enter. So you're just linked up with GitHub. You have a remote for the GitHub and that's it. So open up the browser. Let's go look at your Capstone front end Heroku app.
I think it's over here. Oh no. It might be this one. Here it is.
Capstone front.
I made this, but I didn't link it together.
So click on the front. Click on deploy tab. Midway through the page, keep going down. See that Heroku git remote? Ignore the first 2 commands. It's just that Heroku git remote. Yep. Copy that. Go back to the terminal. Yep, paste. Enter. You're all linked up now. So any git push Herokus from here will now end up on that app.
So I might as well do the back end really quick too. Well, not with you on the screen, but I should do the back end too.
Yeah, you could do the back end too, but honestly, before you jump to the next thing, go ahead and run git push Heroku. Get your first deploy out.
Okay.
Because we're all working on the front end deploy right now, and we will all do the back end here in a second too.
Oh, okay.
Nice, great job.
Okay, perfect. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're doing well. Anybody else not able to get a front end deploy for the Capstone?
I don't think mine came up.
You want to share your screen? It looks like it just finished. If you click on that link, yeah. Kind of takes it a second on the first one. I can't tell is the website loading right now. What does the network inspector say? What does Chrome DevTools say? You got HTML, there's an application error. If you refresh, what do you still get this? 5 of the 30 servers unavailable. Okay. Can you go back to your code in VS Code? Capstone front end, this looks good. Can you go and you're in SRC, you've got a package.json at the top. Do you have All right, let's go back to the browser and open up Heroku. Let's go check the logs for. Open up Heroku, yeah. Go check the logs for your front end. Front end, okay. State changed from up to crashed. Something is crashing on the front end. If you scroll up, keep going. Keep going, keep going. More. Backtrace, keep going. Keep going. Okay. Nothing in here is sticking out at me. Try if you go to GitHub desktop, do you have any changes to commit? Can we make another deploy? Just see what happens. You're in the front end. Yeah, can we make a change real quick and you have prettier, I think. You could change. Yeah, nice. Yep. Yep. Come back to terminal, run a deploy. Perfect. Let's go back to logs. Let's see what happens at the bottom. Is anything going on in the terminal? Did the deploy crash or it's still going? Compressing. Oh, do you have a lot of stuff in here? Do you have like media files or photos or?
Yeah, I do have
Okay.
photos and stuff like that.
So jump back to Heroku. It looks like it finished. Maybe we've got more logs now. Starting. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Starting the dev server. When you run this locally, does it crash? Can you do npm start in your terminal? Nope, you get a, okay, cool. You got stuff, all right. Can we jump back to the Heroku logs and see, maybe we've got something now. Okay. Click the open app. Let's see if we got something. Okay, let's jump back to the logs. App crashed. Click the save button down in the bottom right and drag that into Zoom chat. I want to look at that log. If you just drag, you can drag that file and give it to me in Zoom. You can give it to me in Slack. I don't, whatever's easiest for you. I'll take a look at that. For now, yeah, send me those logs, and then for now, let's go and jump to the back end, and I will figure out that issue. All right. Anybody else got questions about the front end? I'm assuming, besides the couple of problems that we've. Go ahead.
I do. 1 second. Wait, please. So I don't know what happened, but it basically said that this file isn't there anymore. Like it is just started crossing out the files. Hold on, I have to get it out the right folder now.
Remember, the best or / easiest way to get to your files is going to be through GitHub Desktop.
Oh, okay, I know that for next time.
Okay. What is this?
Oh, this is Visual Studio Code.
No, I mean, what did you just open?
Oh, I opened my capstone out of the right folder. But I don't know, something had
Are you
happened.
sure?
Yeah. So
Well,
yeah.
Well, hold on. Go back and open up.
Wait.
Try
Go
to
ahead.
open up that folder again and show me.
The new window.
Yep.
God bless you. 1 second.
You're in Documents.
Yeah. And
GitHub
then,
New.
yeah, I just renamed that folder to new because I had 2 GitHub folders.
Okay. All right. Keep going. Keep going.
Like, yeah. Okay. And then this is my front end.
Okay.
So everything's working now, but it just wasn't like 2 seconds ago. So I exited out of everything, which I probably
Okay.
should. So if I run into another problem, I'll share my screen again.
What was the question?
No, it was, I had like everything just started crossing like it was like a red line through all of these. And then like it said you can't, it asked me to locate the file, and then I clicked this one into the GitHub, and then it was like, no, it was like wrong. So then I just exit out everything, but it looks fine.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's jump to the back end then. If nobody else has questions, I'm assuming everybody was able to get a front end deploy going. Or at least have something get pushed up there. Maybe it doesn't work.
I don't mean to keep messing everything up, but can you make sure mine's like on Heroku, like I don't know, like how you could just see how Wayne's popped up and it had a Heroku name.
Well, do you want to share your front end URL with us?
Yeah. Do I have to go through a Visual Studio Code? Do I just do it regular like npm start, or am I going to
just go to Heroku, open up the Heroku website. Yep, so this is the front end, right?
Yes, just my friend.
Click the open app. And then copy that URL. Well, so you have a front end. It looks like it's looks like something's wrong with it. If you right click and show in Network Inspector, inspect, yep, and refresh. Okay, open up console, yeah, good idea. Cannot read properties of undefined. So it looks like you have code.
I do want to say that I fixed this earlier in a one-on-one, but I wasn't working in the correct folder.
Oh, okay.
That might be the problem. I'll just I'll just do like, I don't know. I'm gonna put the code into the new folder or like push
Okay.
up.
But it looks like you got a URL and it looks like you've got code pushed up there. You should be set. Okay. You guys, are you folks ready to jump into the back end? Let's go ahead and we're going to do the same process that we just did, except we're going to do it for our backend code. Who doesn't have a backend? We probably need to start with making a backend. Nadia, we're going to make you a backend. Who else? I don't want to impose. I don't want to write I don't want to help write backends if you were looking forward to doing that by yourself this weekend.
Nope,
You're good.
I'm
wanna do
good.
it?
You can help me out. Yeah.
Cool. Let's do it. Let's do it.
If you guys are having a back end, honest to God, it's probably easier to have Nathan help you now than to try to have me help you later. I'm just putting that out there. This is the one to go to. So even if you're not prepared yet, he can at least, if you watch hers, we can at least like work through it. Cause I know a couple of you have back ends. I don't think everybody does though.
No,
I
I,
promise you.
I need some help with back end, but
Yeah, Nathan is the one to go to for this. I promise you.
Making me blush. Let's write a quick backend.
Okay.
For
so
anybody
that-
else that needs this, you feel free to follow along. But we're gonna steal some code.
Yeah.
The way that we're going to do this is I'm going to share my screen and just follow along with me. I'll also just post the code at the end so you can just have it if you want it. Let's just write a really simple server. So I'm going to go into my Capstone backend. The way that I get to my backend again is by opening up GitHub Desktop backend. Oh, I got node modules in here. Yep, I've got node modules in here. So open up VS Code, create a new file. I'm gonna create a gitignore so I don't have to see all this stuff. Node modules. There we go. Now this goes down to 3 files. Great. They don't even know what package.json I have, so I'm going to get rid of that. If you have nothing in your Capstone backend, you maybe don't even have node modules. There we go. I'm starting with nothing in my Capstone backend. This is all I have is a gitignore. So if I open up VS Code, all you see is a gitignore. Okay. So if you don't have a backend, you don't need anything. You don't even need a README. You don't even need a gitignore. The one thing that we do need is we do need a server.js. We're going to need to have something to run with Node. Okay. All right. I wasn't kidding about stealing code. We're about to steal a bunch of code from the blog. So the most important part of our server, we need a way to listen on a port and actually run our server, right? We need to have a server listening. I'm gonna get rid of some of Max's old comments. So we need a server listening on a port, and then we're going to run that server. So for a bare minimum, we need a server that listens on a port. And then we need this little snippet here so we can snag the port from Heroku and bind our server to it. What folks, go ahead.
How's this gonna work for those of us who set up our backends already that we need to switch over to this?
You want this. Yeah, you're gonna want this. Remember we made some changes to the blog backend to work on Heroku. This is one of those things you'll need for your Capstone. Good call, Christy. Yep. If you and would it be helpful if I made a live share so you can steal some of this as I go?
Yes.
Yes.
Copy that before. Okay. Here's the link in Zoom chat. Feel free to join. Yes, so if you're working on your own Capstone backend code, make sure that you have this snippet in here, because your backend needs to bind to the port that Heroku provides. So you need something like this. Somebody that's able to see my screen. What am I missing here? What do I need in order to make this snippet of code that I have right here? What do I need in order to make this valid Node.js code?
Express.
Yep, good catch. What is server? Right now it's not defined. So we need to add some code to import Express and to have a valid server. So I'm going to go back to Max's code. I'm going to steal the import for Express, and then recall that to create an Express server, we call the Express function and we store it into a box. It just so happens that this box is named server, which is pretty smart. All right, this should be enough for us to start up a server. So if I right click and open up an integrated terminal and type in node ser, well, if I type in node server.js, this should be enough.
Did you install the packages?
Good catch.
No.
So we don't have a package, or at least I don't have a package on my computer, a package.json. So to get one, I can say in the terminal, I can say npm init. This will create a package for me. It's going to ask me a bunch of questions. I'm just going to hit enter over and over and over again. So now I've got a package.json created for me. And I do need to install and save the Express package so that I can do this import and require Express. Now I should be able to run.
Question Nate. How come you use the -- what was that command you used? -- save what?
I did npm install express -- save, and -- save just edits the package.json and shoves in this line. So it adds to your package.json file.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And now I can run npm start, and I have a server running. It's not very exciting because I don't have any endpoints defined on my server. So, but we technically have a valid server. We could go and deploy this on Heroku. This is the bare minimum for what we need. I think it would be rude of me to not at least make one endpoint here. So let's go and steal some more of Max's code and generate and make another endpoint. Let's steal his server.get. So let's put a server.get here. 2 people raise their hands. Scotty?
Sorry, I think you lost me. What?
What have I done wrong?
No, not what did you do wrong. I'm sorry. What did you use to get your package JSON to come up? I did a knit and it kind of, hold on, let me see what mine is saying. 1 second. It is telling me to, wait, that's yours. 1 second, sorry.
That's okay.
It's open.
You did an npm init in the terminal. Was it asking you like package name and all kinds of stuff?
Yeah, it says like the utility will walk you through creating package JSON, and then it's saying, press.
Hit the enter key on your computer as fast and as many times as you possibly can until you get back to your terminal.
Is this okay? Yeah. Okay, all right, I'm back to my terminal. So I got the package JSON, and then am I supposed to install anything?
Run, yep, run npm install express dash save.
I'm sorry, you said npm express dash
Save. We look like that. And then you should be able to say npm start and have the server running message pop up.
Okay, I'll try that and see what it does. Thank you.
Yep. Zach, you have a question?
Yeah, so if we already have existing code, I have server.listen 3001. Should I change that to port? Or do I just add this in? And if I
go ahead.
If I add this in, I know the order of it is important.
Yeah. The only thing that matters, okay, let me back up. You can do this. You can do whatever you want. The ordering that matters is that the port variable needs to be defined before you use it. So down here, we're going to use the port when we call the listen function. So it doesn't matter where port is in your code, so long as you don't move it to down here, right? Because port doesn't exist as a variable up here, so this will throw an error. But you can put port anywhere that you want in the top of your file.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Well, so for the part of my code that says server.listen, should I replace the 3001 with port?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we need to change whatever is here based on whether we're deployed or we're running locally.
Okay, wait a minute. So yesterday we put the port above the server.listen in
It does, Christy, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't? Oh, okay.
It doesn't, so long as you don't put it after the listen statement, because if you were to do this, port isn't defined yet. We define port on line 17, which isn't available there. So long as you put port above where you use it, you'll be good.
Okay, so it should be second to last, and then the server listen should be the last thing. Where's the server running?
Whatever you want to do, so long as you define port before you use it. That's
Okay.
kind of how JavaScript works. We have to define our variables before we can go and use them. We'll get errors if we do vice versa.
Okay. And then also, while we're in server.js, yesterday where is it? Are we gonna get back to when we get to our database stuff? We'll come back to that after we create.
Yeah,
this.
right now I'm just giving people the bare bones. Like, this doesn't have anything with cores. It doesn't have anything with the database. There are no models. This is as bare bones as it gets.
Okay, because I know I see the bcrypt. so
Yeah, bcrypt. There's a whole lot that's missing here in this server.
Okay.
I'm just giving
Okay.
folks the bare minimum. So if you have been following along and you needed a backend, at this point you should be able to go into the terminal, run npm start. And I just added this server get hello world, or rather I stole it from Max. Cancel that. There we go. So now I should be able to go to port 3001 in my browser and get something. So localhost 3001, and I've got hello world. So this is as bare bones of a server as you can have, but it's something that we can deploy on Heroku, so it's good enough for now.
I feel like I did something wrong because in my port 3001, I'm getting I think an error message.
Do you want to share your screen?
Yep.
You're getting it. Others are getting it.
Alrighty.
NPM start, server's running, looks great. You've got, so look at line 10 and 12, 10 through 12. That server.listen is happening twice. Yep. I don't know if it matters. I'm not an Express expert, but I think you want to make all of your server
Sorry.
endpoints.
I'm
I
sorry.
think you want to put.
Went all over the place. My bad. Okay.
I think you want to move lines 13 through 15 before the server.listen.
So move 10 down.
Yeah, you can move 10 through 12 down. Move the server listen to after the get. Again, I don't know if it really makes a difference, but better safe than sorry. Okay, now in the terminal, go down and cancel with Control-C to stop. Okay, and then run the server with npm start. You got a typo, npm
Sorry.
start. Nope, you're good. And then let's go into a browser and just open up localhost 3001. Do you see hello world?
Yep.
Great job. You got to run the server.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. I think we're at break. So let's go ahead and break for 20 and see everybody back at 7:30.
Do you think you can help me before, like, during, like now?
Yeah, let's go. What you got?
Hold on, I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay.
So, this won't move. So this is what I'm getting on both my 3000, 3001. So I looked at my previous code from earlier, and I think it's because when I made my database, I made it on the old one today. So I tried to move my code to the new one, but I don't know. I'm just
Okay.
not. I'm still not anything.
Go back. Look at the terminal. You've got a module not found error.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So scroll up a little bit in the terminal. Let's see what module it's not finding. Saying it can't find SQLize. Do an npm install in the terminal. Let's just reinstall and make sure we've got everything. Yep. All right. Let's do npm start.
Maybe I do need all those other ones because I did all those commands today in this one, but I didn't do it in this one.
Okay. No, npm start. Just start. Okay. Yep. Scroll up.
I don't need like my PG, my body parser, all that other stuff.
Scroll up. What's the error it's complaining about now? Is it still something related to SQLize? Okay. Control-C to stop the program. Yep. Control-C. Go show me the package.json in this window. What's in there? Body parser, cores, express. You don't have SQLize as a dependency. If you, yep. See how you have SQLize down there? Perfect. Yep. Grab it and throw it in. Be careful. Good. Wow. Very, very nice. Okay. It's like you've been bitten by that before, have you?
Yeah. Well, I've seen it over time.
Man, I to this day I run into that. Okay, npm I, because you changed the package.json. Let's reinstall all of our packages. npm I. Cool. npm start. I think you're gonna be good. Oh, what is it now?
I really think
Decrypt is my guess. No, keep going up. There's further up above. Cannot find module bcrypt. Okay, so grab bcrypt. Yep. I think this is the last one.
Yeah, I'm tired. Okay, it connected.
Perfect. Nice job.
So I got it all.
Looking good.
And I know you want to go to break, but can we do we want to come back and do fix my front end?
Yeah, let's do it. What you got?
So this is my back end. This is
Can-
your,
Nicole, can I ask you a favor?
yeah, no.
I feel like part of the confusion going on right now is that you have the old folder and then the new folder. Can we kill the old folder, like, so it's not even possibly causing any problems?
Yeah, we definitely can. That's why I hurry up and moved my new code into the, like, I just duplicated all of them, put them in the new folder. So now I definitely can kill the other back end, but I got to do the same for the front end.
Okay. All right. Let's do the front end and then let's go kill those because I don't want you to. I'm guessing on the left is the old and on the right is the new. Is that correct?
For this one's the opposite. So let me just move it. Yeah, this is the new one, front end, capstone, front end, and then this one because it has a readme in it, and then
Okay. Okay. So right is new, left is old.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So what's the problem? Are you just copying things over?
I didn't start on this one yet, but it gave me a blank screen, but it didn't give me anything. Like it was just that random, like, empty screen.
Oh, go into the terminal in the new one, yeah, and do an npm start. React scripts command not found. npm I. We're missing the node modules folder over here. Then npm start.
See,
You should say yes. It will make a git ignore for
there
you.
it is.
Okay.
Let me just. Can you see this too?
Uh-huh.
So, oh, where did it go? Let me just do this. Okay, that's what it looks like. But did you see the nav bar pop up? It was there.
Yeah, it looked good.
But it's gone now. So maybe
Yeah, it's crashing and dropping all the stuff off the screen.
a git repository at.
Yeah, say yes. It'll make that git ignore for you, which is nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So does that mean everything's okay now, or?
It means you have front end code. I see you have a bug, and that's what's causing this to crash. So figuring out what is causing that bug is probably the next step.
Okay, no problem.
Do you want help finding that? Figure that out?
If you want to take your break, I'd rather you take your break.
No, I'm good. I was just gonna sit here anyways.
Me too. So all right. All right, let me share my screen.
That path.resolve2 looks suspiciously like the router is having a problem. Yeah, router TS 549. Wait, why do you have TypeScript code?
What do you mean TypeScript code?
Sorry. Go to app. Or let's start from the top. Go to index.js. It is insert. Yep. Okay, so index.js, you're rendering an app. Looks good. Click it. Let's look at app.js. So it says when you reach / you're going to render the layout component. And then inside of that, you're also saying that you want to render the home page component. Right?
I don't know.
Does that make sense to you?
No, because I'm not really familiar with the word render. So that's like one of the words that I have to research on my own time.
Go back to the code. Okay, so when I say render, I'm saying that right here. See how when the path matches root, you're gonna render the layout. You're gonna return the layout.
Mhm.
And then down here, you're also saying that you're gonna return the home page on root. See how you have two things that you're returning at the same time?
Yeah. So if you look at the code and the components, there's a home page.
Mhm.
It just has told me like this is gonna be the home page, but I think the
Okay.
layout is what has like everything on it. So like the header, the outlet is gonna look all. This is like the layout of what the home page should look like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still working
Can
on
I
it.
ask you to do me a favor?
Yeah, sure.
Go back to app.js. Delete this line and delete this line. So yep, delete that route or comment it out, whatever you want to do.
Okay. We don't know.
Anything for
We
you.
gotta do Disney. I'm sorry. Second. You can't pick. 1 second. No, 1 second.
This
It's
one.
my turn to talk in school.
This one. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Go back to the browser.
Okay, so that's working. But my nav bar isn't there anymore because we took from the layout.
Uh-huh. So I don't really know how this is supposed to work with React Router. I don't know how you would render two components. If you wanted to render two components at slash,
Okay.
you might
Does
just
she have an outlet, Nathan?
sorry.
Does she have an outlet? There was something where when you had components inside of components or routes inside of routes, we had to use an outlet.
React
It's
Router.
over here on this side, right here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I know what the problem is because I want the home page to be the home page, but I think I should just make this the home page code.
Okay.
Could it be that you're not seeing something because is it in like your database coming from the back end? So if you don't have both of them running together, you won't see everything. Is that what? I
This
didn't like
is,
that component part. I took that out.
Yeah, I'll work on it. Don't worry about it.
yeah, this is this outlet is new to me. I haven't seen this before.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I had components and outlet and all of that in the layout. And then when we did our portfolio, I modeled behind the portfolio because Max simplified it. Yeah, I had started with all of those and I had to go back because I was so confused and I felt like I had too many layers and it wasn't well, since we're all here, and we got a little bit of time, I would like to. I want you to get me to I was reading the slides and I want to go to, where is it? In the terminal, I want to, where's the slide? I want to get to the .git workflow so that I can do that deploy.
The automatic one.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Share your screen. We'll work on it.
Share this one. All right. So I am here.
Okay.
And I see it says create a folder within a folder in the top level of your repo. That's
So what folder do you want to enable the automatic deploys for?
in my
The back end, front end?
capstone front end. Well, since I've already done my capstone front end, we haven't done the back end yet.
Okay,
So-
let's do the back end then.
Hmm?
Then let's do the back end.
No, we already did our front end. No. We've put our front end on Heroku. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Yep.
That's why I said I wanted to do the front end just to do it one time, and then when I get ready to do the back end, I'll have run through it at least once.
Okay. All right, then let's go to the front end.
Okay. So PWD. And so I want to CD
Documents.
documents. Oh, document get
Documents slash.
GitHub.
So GitHub, right? And then it's going to be capstone / capstone dash front end. That's the name of the repo. Yep. Dash front end. Oh, enter. All right. Yep. Hit OK. Okay. So now you're in capstone dash front end. From here, you're at the top of your repo. This is capstone dash front end.
So now
Right?
I
If you do an ls here, what are you going to see? You're going to see src, you're going to see public. Yep. Package JSON. This is the top of your front end repo.
Okay.
And
So now I want to make a folder, which is, so I would do mkdir.
Yep. mkdir space .github, because this is the special folder that GitHub looks for things in. .github space, or sorry, enter. And then go into that folder. So cd.github, go into it. Yep. And then make another folder inside of this one called workflows. Okay, great, enter. Now back behind you, you've got VS Code open. See how you have a .github folder?
VS Code right here.
Yep, see how you have a .github folder right there?
Oh yeah, no, I just see it now.
Yep, open that up. Open up the workflows inside of it. We got to put a folder in. Yep, okay. Now click on the new file button. Yep. Make a deploy.yaml, deploy.yaml. .yaml. Yep, enter. Go to my slide and grab that code, paste it in there.
So I do name, deploy, everything in the slide.
Everything on that slide, grab it and bring it over. We'll change one line and that's it. Yep. Okay. Now deploy board backend. That is my app name. You want to change that to your front end Roku. Yeah, you can grab that.
That would be. Is this it? Wait a minute. I'm gonna do somewhere. This right here, right?
Yeah, that is. That's an easy way of grabbing it. Yep.
Yes, this.
Mhm.
Yeah, I had to take my W off. All right.
Cool. Paste. Yep. All right. Save. And then you're done with this part. The next part is I want you to go and open up GitHub.
GitHub or GitHub Desktop?
GitHub.
Okay.
I want you to go to the repo that holds your code. So capstone dash front end. Click on the settings tab here. And then down here, there's a secrets tab. Yep. Click on the actions sub tab. All right. Now we've got to make those 2 secrets that you saw in the file. So click the new repository secret. The first secret we need is click back to the deploy.yaml. What is it called? First secret is the Heroku email. Let's do that one. So all caps Heroku _ email. Let's go and add that. Yep. Copy that. Bring it over here. Punch that in. Yep. And then the value of this should be whatever your Heroku email you signed up with.
This.
Okay. Now click add secret. Then click the new repository. We got one more to do. We've got the API key to do. And then, yep, that's the Heroku. Yep, exactly. Yep. We got to fill this one out, bring it back over, come back to the screen. Yep. Okay. And then, yep, go ahead and open the file. Now, let me tell you where to get this value. I don't want you to show this on camera because I don't want anybody to see this. So bring your browser off the cam. Actually, just stop sharing for right now. That will be the easier way. And I'll share my screen so you can see what I'm doing and where to get this. So the API key you can get from this screen. So go to Heroku. Can you see my browser?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta minimize this. Hold on one second. Oh, wait, never mind. No, I don't. I'm looking. Go to
Do you see my browser?
I do.
Okay, go up to the top and click account settings. Down here, you may have a section for create an API key, or maybe you have one already and you just want to click reveal.
Yep.
Either way, get an API key and go put it in that box over on GitHub. That makes sense?
Yes. I did it. Add secret. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Wait, so I gotta share my screen. Yeah, so this tells me, hold on.
Did you save that API key? Great. Okay, great. Yep, you're all done. Now just go back to GitHub. Or sorry, go back to GitHub desktop and make a commit.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh yeah, it says it there. Create deploy YAML. Commit.
Yeah, go back to GitHub desktop, make a commit, push it, and then from there on, all of your pushes to your front end will be automatic.
Yay, okay.
Just remember to commit because you still have to commit to GitHub and push. But after that, GitHub will take it and put it on Heroku.
And the email, the Heroku email is just the email you set up with, and then the Heroku API is on your.
Don't show us. Yeah, it's over on your profile.
I'm not gonna show you, but I'm gonna. You go to your profile and you scroll all the way down, and it'll have the API there.
Yep.
So that's kind of cool because remember we were. Was something we were doing and we needed to use the API. So it's interesting that it circles back around and we're using it in another aspect. Okay. Cool beans, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, for me, it's really nice because I don't even have to think about it. I just commit and push and I don't have to watch deploys or do anything. It just does the thing. Okay, Nicole, do you have another question?
I'll wait till 7. What time is it? What 7:40 we coming back or 7:30?
30. We're back.
Holy crap. Okay, forget it.
Nicole, do you have another question?
I figured it out, but I just wanted to make sure I did it right on Heroku.
What's up?
deployed, remember I deployed my
Sorry,
my capstone front
what,
end and it didn't work.
what, 1 second, Wayne, Nicole shared something.
So this is the back end, and
Yeah.
I went through, and so this is what I got now.
Yeah.
My local host, and I don't have any more errors. So if I just go on Heroku, like what is it supposed to look to get it with this?
Click the open app. If you've already deployed to Heroku, click open app and it should show up here.
What it says? Oh, so I just fixed everything, but maybe I need to do a commit.
Yeah, commit, push, and deploy to Heroku.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you just change header.js? That was it?
I added the get ignore was different. It was a couple things that was different that I just ended up making changes to.
Okay.
Origin.
Wayne, do you have a question? It was, you were talking about why we couldn't get the front end to work.
And quickly, last time I did this is when the folder started to get messed up. So do I do locate or clone again?
Oh, right, because you renamed GitHub to new GitHub, right?
Do I locate it?
Yeah.
I did.
So this is the back end. So documents, yep. Capstone backend. Yep, open. Just click open.
Okay.
Looks like you need a node modules. Get ignore.
Oh, don't commit. No commit.
No.
Don't.
It's too late. What we gonna do? Open the studio code?
Go to history and pull it back down.
Yeah, because you committed with all those node modules.
So go click on history, right click on the second. Yep, right click, just say undo commit.
Okay.
Then now create a node module, or sorry, now create a get ignore file here.
Oh, in here, I didn't do it in here.
Right, click on that. Just click on one of the node modules and it'll let you create the folder right there.
Oh, okay.
Now, don't you have to right click?
Just open this in Visual Studio Code. We need to put a get ignore in the top folder.
I thought if you right clicked right there, it would let you create it right from
maybe I don't think so.
Is it a new file?
Yep, .get ignore. This is a special name for it. Get ignore, and then just throw inside of the file the word node underscore modules.
Is it slash node?
Nope, it's just from the start, it's node underscore modules. And then a slash. Then save. And now GitHub desktop should look a little bit more reasonable. Great.
Be careful. Now commit.
Yes, now commit.
Okay.
Good catch.
Thank you,
Good
Chris.
catch. Yeah, thank you, Christy.
And then pushed over.
When you have, wait, but before, because I think, when you have those right there, I thought you told us to right click and then we created a Git folder right from there. That's what I've been doing. I haven't been going into VS Code. When all those node modules are right there, I right clicked and then it says create Git ignore file folder. And I hit push on it. And then I went over to VS Code and put in the node modules, and then I came back and did the commit. I don't know. I'll show you if it happens again. I'll show you. But yeah, I did right from Git.
However you want to make a Git ignore file. I mean, you can do it through a terminal. However you want to do it is your Your
Oh,
thing.
but right, but when all those, remember we had the 36,000, I just right clicked on one of them and it created the get ignore file right from GitHub and it went
Oh.
into VS Code.
Okay.
I thought you showed us that. That's what I was saying. It's right there.
Oh, okay. Just Nicole, just go into a terminal and do git push Heroku. Git push Heroku.
Wait, don't she gotta steal that top code?
Yeah, did you save it? Did you save the node modules?
No, the issue right now is that Nicole doesn't have this Git repo linked with Heroku. So the down here it says Heroku does not appear. What? It says down at the bottom, Heroku does not appear to be a Git repository. So Nicole, remember that we run that Heroku Git remote command. You can find that back on the Heroku website, and it's on deploy page.
Okay, perfect. I'll let you know what I got from there. You can continue.
Okay. Doug, you got a question?
Yeah, I pushed my front end up to Heroku, and then I made a small change and I went to push it again, and I keep getting an error, remote rejected.
Okay. Do you want to share your screen and show us?
Sure.
Bless you.
Thank you. Okay. Failed to push some refs. So you're in the capstone front end. You're pushing to your capstone front end. Git repo. This looks good. We have detected that you have triggered a build with version at least twice. You can, in the terminal, do a git branch. Git space branch. Okay, enter. You're on main. Okay. Do a git push Heroku main -f. Enter. Is telling. This is telling Heroku that it does. You don't care what it has to say about things.
What does the -f stand for?
Forcefully.
Okay.
It's trying to do this thing where you've deployed the same version already, so it's trying to say, I don't want to do it again because it would be the same code. Which is strange. Yeah, you're getting the same issue. We've detected that you've triggered with version at least twice. Oh, can you make a change somewhere in here, like add a comment or?
Is a new line enough?
Sometimes it's not. If you have Prettier installed, just add like a comment and say, yeah, something bogus. That works. And then do another git commit and push.
No, we got it.
Very nice. I like this a lot.
Oh, that's how you do a commit like that?
Yes, this is the way that you don't need to use GitHub Desktop. You can do everything from within VS Code if you do it like Doug is doing it. Yep, git push Heroku.
Oh, do I need to
you
push
want
to GitHub first?
Technically, no. They're they're two disparate locations.
Okay.
Does
And
it
I've
make
been
sense?
saying Heroku main. Does it matter?
No, it doesn't, because if you're on a branch right now, you're on the main branch. If you don't say main, it's going to look at what you're on currently. So they're both the same thing. Yeah, I get the feeling Heroku was just getting confused about something. I'm thinking this will be the ticket.
Yeah, because I think I thought I had made a commit, but then when I looked at GitHub Desktop, it had a change that wasn't committed. So I was thinking, oh, maybe I did try pushing the same thing twice, but then.
Node version not specified in package JSON. Open up package JSON.
Where is it? There we go.
We need, I don't know why you're getting hit with this. I would expect others in the class to be getting hit with this too, but that specific error that you're getting is talking about needing an engine section. Let me find one for you. CD log front end.
Yeah, it was pushing up there fine, and then all of a sudden it wasn't.
Yeah, that's strange that all of a sudden it's asking you for this. Really strange. Can I see that error, that whole error one more time? Failed to compile. That's the issue here. Scroll up a little bit more. Run npm in the terminal. Do an npm run build. Let's see if that works. Auto is not defined. Go back up to the error. What was the file it was saying the error was in? Oh, it's on line 8 in footer.js. What's in footer.js?
Oh, that's what I had just changed.
Oh, not auto the keyword, auto the string. Perfect. That should get you a deploy.
I got to commit.
Yes. Git commit, git push. Yep. This is for everybody else that's watching, this is a really good example of thinking that it's something, but it's a completely different error. I was so caught up on it looking like it was a deploy issue when really it was that the build for the deploy was failing. And we really just needed to scroll up further and look higher up in the errors. And then Doug, see where it's saying using default NPM version. I think that's just a blanket error that it throws out when it's talking about that. It definitely was the build that was the problem.
Did we do the back end?
So far, before we left on break, we hadn't yet deployed the backend.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna do that next.
Okay.
Everybody should have code for a backend. Does everybody have code for a backend? If you don't, let me know.
I'm still having that issue with the front end.
Okay. I have the logs that you sent me pulled up, and I'm scratching my head trying to figure out what all this means. JavaScript heap out of memory. Wayne, do you mind if we do the backend deploy and then
Nope, I don't
work
mind.
on your? Okay. I promise we'll figure out what's going on there. And it's something to do with memory, so I'm pretty sure I have guesses at what we can do.
That worked perfectly, Nathan. Thank you.
Great. Okay, let's get a backend deploy going. So I'm going to share my screen, and then if you have my VS Code pulled up, you should have at least a working endpoint here. So here is the code that I have so far for my server. I'm going to go ahead and save and commit this. Since Doug did it, I'm going to also do it in the terminal. So I'm going to open up terminal, git commit. Well, first I have to git add. my files. Now I can do a git status and see that they're all tracked by git. I'm going to do a git commit -am, adding my server code. We'll do a git push origin.
So fancy.
Okay, push to main. So this is just for anybody else in class that didn't get a chance to grab this code. I'm going to give you a link to my repo, and you can come in here and grab whatever you want from it. I'll throw this in the Zoom chat. Oops, wrong person. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and deploy this. So again, we're going to go up to Heroku, and we're going to create a spot for our backend, for our Capstone backend. So I'm coming in here, creating a new app in Heroku. It's going to be my GitHub username -capstone -backend. I'm on the deploy tab. I'm going to go and grab that command, the git remote command. We only need to do this one time.
What if you don't have the get back or the get remote on your code?
The git back. What do you mean?
What if you don't have the remote code on your backend?
Oh, this right here?
Yeah.
Or
What
are
if
you
it's
talking?
not there?
It's not here.
Yeah, mine just says clone the repository or deploy your changes, and it doesn't have any of them say remote on it.
So are you on the deploy tab?
Yes. Yes.
And then you've got the Heroku Git deployment method right here. You've got this highlighted, clicked on.
Yeah.
And you don't see this? You don't see a command down here for git remote?
I don't know. Maybe I did it already. I'm not sure. But it's fine. I'll just watch.
No, that's really strange. Can you share your screen and show us? Because other people might be seeing the same thing. Whoa, okay. Capstone back. You're absolutely right. Yeah, scroll down. Git clone. Why is it telling you this? That makes no sense. I've never seen those instructions change before. Crazy. So Nicole, you don't, I'm sorry that command is not there. Oh, you've already deployed to it though. Maybe that's why it's changed. Maybe it stopped showing you that.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay. Let me test that theory. So for everybody else that maybe hasn't done a deploy yet for their backend, let me go back to Sharon.
So I do think that's what's going on because I've already deployed my backend as well too, and I don't have that either.
Okay. Well, great. Then you're ahead. So if you've already linked your Capstone backend with your code, so going back to my VS Code, I'm going to hit enter here in the terminal to link it because I haven't done it for my Capstone backend yet. Now I've got that. I can do git push Heroku, and that will trigger the backend deploy. And with that, I believe everybody should have, I'm just going to check the board really quick. believe everybody should have a back end and a front end deployed. Not working necessarily, but we have code pushed up. Doug, how's your back end going?
I thought it was up there.
Okay. It might just be my script that's not updating the board. Oh, right. People, when they shorten their GitHub username, my script isn't picking that up.
Mm.
So my board is probably out of date.
My backend is showing up listed as Shielded Coast 92759.
Oh, interesting. As the URL?
No, that's what it's listed. That's what the project is listed as. Although
Oh.
should I delete it and redo it?
Did you let it pick a name for you?
No, I put in the name.
If you don't give it a name, it looks like Heroku generates one for you. I got nameless shore 03055.
Maybe I didn't put in a name. How do you remove an app?
Well, it looks like somebody earlier pointed this out to me. If you go into settings, I think you could just rename it up at the top.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, whoever figured that out before.
Yeah, yeah.
It was me.
Thank you, Nicole.
Where's that thing? All right, so should we start a line now? I know Wayne has a question. I want to be next in line, so I'm gonna put my hand up.
I wanted to open this up now. I've technically fulfilled my obligation. I have gotten everyone. I've gotten everyone's capstone, whether or not it's the capstone you are happy with. That's something else, but I've technically gotten everyone's capstone up. So at this point, you're free to call it an evening if you want. Alternatively, we're just going to go one by one for people that want help with various issues. It could be anything. Communication, deploys, just JavaScript. So at this point, it's whatever people want to do. So I think actually, Wayne, you're the first in line. Let's do the let's take a look at. I'm gonna share my screen with the rest of class and see if anybody has any ideas about what might be going on with. Ariel, it's totally your call. I'm going to open up. Okay, here are the logs from Wayne's crash. If we look up here, so here's where I would start, Wayne. Here's where we see that the app is going from crashed to starting. So this is the start of our app. We're calling the React scripts start, which you've already tested on your machine. You can do this locally and it doesn't crash. So that's good to know. Then we get to this starting development server. We can ignore the router logs because that's not our app. And then here's where things get wild. So all of a sudden we start seeing these last few garbage collection calls. And then we get a fatal error. JavaScript heap out of memory. I'm going to cheat and look up Heroku JavaScript heap out of memory. If somebody says that this occurs because we only have 1.5 gigs of memory. My question is, Wayne, what is going on in your app that needs so much JavaScript memory? What is your app doing so far?
So in the logs, the
Share your screen with me real quick. Go into the front end and run the dev server. Do an npm start in the dev server.
in here.
Yeah, in the front end, do npm start and let's get Control C to get out of this. Okay, npm start. Okay. In this browser, click up in the top right on that update, click on those three dots and go to more tools, task manager. Task manager, see task manager over on the left? Yep, click that. Okay, refresh this page. Okay, so we're definitely not using up 1.5 gigs of memory to load this web page. That is a fact. Okay, close this task manager
Dream.
and then show me the console logs in here. Inspect element and show me the console. No, sorry, back in that web page. Show me the JavaScript console.
Oh. This one.
No, localhost 3000, I think.
Oh.
Back in the browser, go to localhost 3000.
Oh. Oh, this one.
Yes. What's going on in the console? Okay. Nothing crazy. So let's do nuclear option first and see if this helps. Go to Heroku and let's delete the app and recreate it. Front end, yep. Click settings tab. Before you go and delete, grab the app name and copy it just so you can easily paste it here in a sec. Yep, so copy that. Go down to
I don't think I have to do that, which is weird. I just found out something, but I'll show you in a second. Delete, you said?
Yep, go down to the bottom. Click delete app. Paste.
Paste?
Yep. Delete. Okay, now click new. Yeah, create, paste. Refresh. It's just gonna take it a second to release the lock on the old one. Heroku taking a little bit of time to release the lock on the old one that we just deleted. Click new. Yep. Yep. Try again. Just call it front end 2. Or front end. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, there we go. Nice. We got it. Okay, great. Yep. Now back in VS Code, open up that terminal, and you shouldn't need to do any of this stuff. You should just be able to go back to the terminal and do a git push Heroku.
So
You should
just
be all
go
set.
back to the terminal.
Mhm.
Okay,
VS Code. Yep. Control C to get out of there.
this one.
Perfect. Yep. Mhm.
And
And
I don't have to do the remote over again.
no, it's the same remote. You use the same app name, so it's the same remote. Okay, while this is going, go pop open those logs real quick, because this is like the most annoying part about Heroku, the log viewer. All right. Oh, okay. Is VS Code terminal still going good? Is the deploy happening? It's just creating the build. In your public folder, do you have a bunch of pictures in there? Just a few. Oh, MP4s. Can you? Oh. Oh, yeah, I don't know. It says that the build is 177 megabytes, which is pretty big. If you come back, oh, I know what's happening, Wayne. 100% it was those MP4s. 100%. Come back and look at the logs in Heroku. Okay. Now click the open app button and let's see if we've got a front end. Yep. Okay. Now jump back to those logs. We'll see the app crash now. It's going to be the same thing. Doesn't look like it's going to crash. So Wayne, here's my theory. When the server, we're running the dev server, and when the dev server runs, I'm pretty sure it loads everything into memory. So all of those yeah, here we go, same error, yep. All of those MP4s and photos, all of those are being loaded into memory because we're using the dev server here. We need to not use the dev server for your app. If you can have the MP4s and you can have the photos, and that's not a problem, but we need to make a change to yours so you don't use this React scripts start.
How do we do that?
I need to find that out. Can I get back to you on that?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll stop sharing though.
Yeah. So, yes. Well, we had a victory. We figured out what the root of the issue is here. So it's better than nothing.
At least, right? Because I was like,
yeah.
Well, why is it not working?
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Let me make a note. Who's next?
I think I am.
Go for it.
Share screen. Okay, my question is this. So I have
all right.
So, go ahead.
My server JS capstone backend. This is the server JS from the blog. I just need to know what I need to do to
steal 8 through 14 for starters. Steal that and replace what you have on line 4. So we need that core section And we need to put it over, yep. We need to replace this right here with all of this.
Oh. So I just need to.
You could copy and paste 7 through 15 and bring that over and replace line 4. But that same cores section we need to have on our blog backend, or sorry, on our capstone backend. Perfect. Good catch. Okay. That's it.
And that's it.
That's it for the core stuff. Keep going down. You've got the port, so you're going to bind to the correct port when you are running on Heroku, so that's great. Nothing else here in server.js. That's it. Do you want to take a quick look at db.js and see if you got?
I think I fixed that already. I want you to tell me if I did. I did. I went in.
This looks great.
I did this. Did this.
Oh, one thing, Christy, I just remembered on the server.js. Change in that cores option. Scroll up to the top. Change this link because this is allowing the blog front end to reach your server.
In the back end.
Well, no, it's the capstone. We're not looking at the capstone anymore.
Right.
We want to let the capstone front end reach our back end. So it's capstone, and then I don't remember. It'd be easier if you just opened up Heroku and looked at what your capstone front end URL was. Remember. Good.
Wait 1 second. Where you want me to go?
Well, we're adding the front ends that are allowed to call our back end. We're adding those front end URLs into our cores list on the back end. So we need to grab the capstone front end URL, which is over. You can click on open app. This is what you want. Click the open app. Yep. Then steal the URL that pops up in your browser.
Not this, right? Or
Not
coming.
yet. It's coming. Is your front end busted?
No. It better not be. I didn't do anything to it.
Oh, it's just that it was asleep. Again, this is the nerve-wracking part of using the free stuff on
At least I
Heroku.
can see my stuff, so I feel excited about that. So this is what I need, all of this.
Yep. This is the front end that you want to talk to your back end. So yes, you need to grab this and go drop it. Yep. And replace that whole URL there with
This one.
And then I already looked at your db.js. It looks great.
I don't need that slash, do I?
Don't need the slash, right? Because it will do a double slash. Yep. And then your db.js looks great. So I think you're all set.
Command S.
Run the backend deploy and let's.
Oh, you mean here? Oh,
Yeah.
get push Heroku.
Wait, didn't we configure automatic deploys for your backend?
No, I didn't do that yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Do a commit in GitHub desktop and then come back and do a push Heroku.
Okay. Update server. Push.
Git push Heroku. Yep. Great.
Now, where's my? So I should be able to see my stuff here, right?
You should. Does your front end
Wait,
code
don't I have to
call
do
your
something
backend?
with? Don't I have to do something with my I got to do something with my database.
Oh, your backend has a database?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the Postgres database added in Heroku? Go into Heroku. Let's look at the backend in Heroku. Yep. Switch to the backend app. Capstone backend. If you want a database, you have to go and order one. So click on the resources tab.
Where?
Resources
Here?
tab is right here.
Oh,
Have a good night, Larry. Add-ons. Remember, we come in here and add the Postgres. Yep. Start typing in Postgres.
submit order.
Mhm. There you go. Now you have a Postgres added to your backend.
And then I gotta do something. I gotta do something in Beekeeper. I gotta.
If you wanna see your backend in Beekeeper, then yeah, you would set up a new connection in here. But you don't need to have Beekeeper wired up to your Postgres database in order for your backend to talk to it.
Oh, I don't.
No, Beekeeper is just for you to go and look at the database if you want. It's not required for your app to run.
Well, where's my? So then will it come through? Where's my stuff?
Tomorrow at 5 Eastern is office hours. I can't do tomorrow at 5.
I'm sorry, I thought that's what we decided. Was it a different day?
No,
Oh
it's
yeah.
Sunday at 5.
Whoa, hold on.
Saturday at 10 or yeah.
Yeah, I'm pushing for Saturday at like I could do 10. I was hoping like 11 in the morning would be.
Is that like 8 o'clock your time, right?
Yeah, I don't really want to get up at 7 or 6. If I could get up at 8, that would be perfect. So that would be 10 your time.
Well, 10 or 11, whichever works for you.
Yeah, that
You
works.
want me to do a Slack poll, Nathan, for like 10 or 11 on Saturday?
I just feel like 11. I feel like he shouldn't have to get up at no 7 a.m.
I
Right.
Later the
love
better
it.
for
I
me.
like 11 too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay. So I know other people have questions. I just want to know, I don't have to do this and get these numbers again?
In Beekeeper, if you want to see your database, you have to you just bought a new database. So you need to set up a new connection. So close out of this window. And then up in the top, create a new in Beekeeper, create a new window.
Right, and then I gotta get all those numbers.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'll work on that and then I'll let somebody else go. And then if I fail, I'll return.
Sounds good. Not sure who's next.
Me.
Go for it.
Okay, I just want mine to say Heroku app. If that's fine.
Okay.
So I'm here. I must have pushed it already before, but
Yep.
I'm not seeing where. And then I went into the logs and
These are back end logs, and you were just looking at the front end. Which one are we talking about? The back end?
either or, like everything's working in my local host. Oh well, this is what I keep getting, but everything's working in localhost.
Okay.
But nothing's working in like the Heroku.
Got it. All right. So let's start with the back end. Go and look at the Heroku app back end. Yep. So you've had this page open, leave it open. Scroll up and show me, do you have logs in here that tell us something about what's going on? Keep going, keep going. Okay, nothing here is that helpful. So leave this window open.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Leave this window open.
Oh, this is the blog backend.
That's the blog. Oh,
Sorry about that.
it's okay. Show me the logs here. Yeah. Okay. Failed to bind to port within 60 seconds of launch. Do you know what that means?
No.
Yeah, any guesses?
The go to bind to. Oh, it has something to do with my code.
Yeah.
I don't have a port. I have a 3001.
It's hard coded to 3001, right?
Should it be a capital P or a lowercase? Lowercase.
It's whatever you want it to be called. It's a variable, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, what do we want to go there?
I'm not sure.
So if we're developing on localhost, we want that to be a number, 3001, right?
Oh, okay.
But no, hold on though. Like, so port is a variable, right? We want port to contain 3001 if we're developing locally. If we're on Heroku though, we want to use the port that Heroku assigns to us. Do you remember that block of code we wrote that switched port based on if we were getting an environment variable?
No, I feel like I do, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, do you still have my my
I share
VS
up.
Code open?
No, I closed everything down.
That's okay. Let me grab a link for you. And you can just look at this on GitHub. I'll throw this in.
It should be is the same one as before, right? So it should be the last one. Oh,
I don't know if I'm still running, but let me. This is in Zoom chat.
Oh, okay.
Here's a link to my server. So if you open that up, this block on line 5 through 8 is creating a variable that will hold the environment, the port that Heroku is giving us.
Oh yeah, I do remember. I remember these words right here, the process EMVT port. And you said it has to go before, so like here.
Right, we have to declare our variables before we use them. So on line 12, we're declaring a port variable and we're shoving this process env port into that variable. Now we can use it after we've declared it. So like on line 18, we can now call that variable port. Yep.
Oh,
Great.
okay.
So try another backend deploy. I'll leave you to that. But before I let you go, can we look at the front end?
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay. So you've got a front end. It's running successfully locally. Can you show me the logs for the front end in Heroku? Capstone front end, great. Logs. Great. Okay. Can you click the open app?
Yeah.
Nice. It's just the back end, I think.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
I'll work on that then. Thank you.
Cool. Doug, are you next?
I think so.
Okay.
So since I had not named my backend app, and
the remote.
so it's no longer going there. Is this what I need with my new
Yes.
name? Okay,
Yep.
I wasn't sure if it was that or if I needed to. So resetting the remote would be renaming the app on Heroku.
This is different. This is like if you want to create multiple apps on Heroku and then push your code to, we haven't talked about this, but there's this notion of different environments that you might have an app deployed to. Say you want one environment for your customers, one environment for you to do testing in, another one for another set of customers. That's where you would create other remotes for different apps. Okay, I don't know if this will work, but feel free to give it a try.
What I'm typing right now.
Yeah, I get the feeling that it will fail, but I could be wrong. Give it a shot. Let's see. If you do a get remote --v, did it correct the Heroku remote?
B or V?
V. Oh, cool. It did. Never mind. You're right. Looks good. Yeah, get push Heroku should be it. Just make another garbage commit. Yeah.
What does AM stand for?
The A stands for everything, all. The M stands for message, which just means that you're about to type a commit message. It's effectively going to that box and typing in a message like you do in GitHub Desktop. When you did the git commit, it did not think that you had changed anything. Do a git status. Okay, it thinks that you don't have any changes, but you obviously just made a change. Did you save?
Yep, I don't have a dot up here.
Can you make a comment again? Save and then do another git status in the terminal down below. You can run git statuses. Okay, so weird. All right, well, run that git commit again. If you press up, you should get this filled out for you. Cool. Push Roku. Yep. Yep. Perfect. I think you'll be off to the races now.
Can I ask a quick question? I don't want
Yeah.
to need to share my screen.
Thank you.
So yesterday we did a My Heroku. That was for the blog, right?
Yes.
So I went into My Heroku and put my Heroku config information to Amazon. So I need to fix that, but I need to make a new one, right? And should I name it My Heroku Capstone?
Wait, what is my Heroku?
Yesterday for the blog, remember we went
Yes.
into Beekeeper? That's what my Heroku was. So I went into that and put in my config, what I got from the config. So I need to make a new one for the capstone.
Yes, yes, yes. It's a separate database. Yes.
Okay, and then I need to go back to the blog back in and get that config and update the my Heroku to get the blog back working.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I saved it, so I think I messed up. Okay.
Okay. Either way, it doesn't hurt for you to go and re-grab that config. It doesn't hurt. If it's the same one, then it will still be connected. If it's not, then no big deal.
And it's a new connection, right? It's
yes.
a new connection and we give it a title. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Zach, what do you got?
Not
Yeah, let me see.
This is the front end.
Yeah, it's not letting me log in.
What is the call? Failed to fetch it login. Click on the network tab. Let's see the network call. Yeah. What is the failure? Click on the second one, this last one. What's the headers tab got? You're making a call to localhost 3001. Thoughts? Your deployed capstone is trying to talk to your local backend. This is your backend code. You're dealing with front end stuff now. So if you go and open up your front end, this is it right here, API URL.js. That's the file we were talking about in class.
Do I just change this to port?
That needs to change based on where your front end code is running. So remember how, I'll grab the link for it. Remember how we made GitHub capstone front end, open up source. API URL. Here's my API URL. I'll post this in chat. But remember, we wrote this code, I think, on Tuesday, and we were looking to see if our code was being loaded into, was being read from Heroku. If not, we were going to fall back to localhost. I think that will solve your issue.
So let me see. Would I want like this then?
Yeah, that you want your deployed Capstone front end to talk to your deployed Capstone backend. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The link that I sent you in Zoom chat, did you open that up? So see what mine see what my code is doing in API URL.js.
Yeah.
So you want what I wrote essentially. And then you want to replace API URL with your backend URL.
Okay.
But be careful here. On line 1, you have constant API URL, which is going to lock that box down and prevent it from being changed.
Okay.
So instead of making API URL the variable a constant on line 1, switch that to let. So it's a regular old variable that can be mutated.
Okay.
And the contents of the box can be changed. Otherwise, line 4 would break if it was a constant. And then line 4, that's my backend from the blog. You
And
want that to be your Capstone backend.
That's from like Heroku's site.
Yes, switch over to the backend, and then if you click that open app, it will try to open it up in the browser. Just snag that. Yep, just snag that. Yep. Perfect. No, drop this / in the copy paste. That one bit, I think that one bit Larry. Cool.
So
Don't forget to deploy front end code.
oh,
Get that to refresh. You're on back end. Log back end. Oh yeah, hey, you want that too on the back end. It looks like that needs to be deployed as well. So don't forget to commit in Heroku push your back end.
okay.
So you're good on the GitHub side. Now we need to do you're good on the GitHub side, but now remember we need to do the git push Heroku's in both of those. It's okay if you don't remember. There's a whole lot going on. Come back. Yep. Open up VS Code. We'll start with the front end. Open up VS Code. So let's do the back end or whichever one. Yeah, front end works. Down in the terminal, make sure you do a git push Heroku. That's gonna trigger the Heroku deploy. Yep. Oh, this is blog front end.
Oh no. Oh no. Did I name the files wrong?
Oh no. It's not bad. It's okay. We have the remote set wrong. Do the git remote rm Heroku. and then hit up in your terminal until you get that Heroku get command. Keep going, keep going. That right there. Switch that though from blog backend to what was it? Capstone dash front end. Is that the name?
Yeah. I don't know how I did that again. Ugh.
Try that push. This should do it now.
This one again?
Yep. All right, while this is going, flip over to the back end because you had that port change to deploy. Git push Heroku. This should be. Ugh. Oh, so this error is popping up because you're deploying to the front end. Apparently, you can only deploy one thing at a time.
Oh, okay. So I just have to wait for this to finish
Mm-hmm.
and then just deploy the other part of it.
Yeah, it looks like you're good. Yeah, close. Okay.
Yeah, I was next. I don't know if you finished it though.
Yeah, I think you're good, Zach. If you
Okay.
punch that, yeah, you should be all set.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I think your login will work. Let us know if it doesn't. What do you got, Nicole?
Yeah, I was gonna, I think what he just did, I will have to do the remote and might switch it out because I might have did it for blog. But, can I hook up to my name sheet? Or is that
Can-
that's too long?
Can we do it for office hours?
Yeah, but yeah, okay, so if we can't do that, can we do the command he just did?
Do you know that you? Yeah, let's do it. Let's find out if
Alright.
you need it. Hopefully you don't need to do this. If you go in to, well, which one do you think that we need to run the command for?
Because do you remember it wasn't connected to Heroku?
So here in this terminal, do git remote -v.
Dash
Space -v dash the
dash
back up and drop those two dots. Yep, -v. Back up and yep, but drop the space between the V and the, yep, there you go. Yep, enter. This looks fine. You're connected to the capstone back. Yeah, this one's fine. Do you want to check the other one, the front end?
Yeah.
Okay. Control C. Nice. Yeah, capstone front. You're all set. Yeah, you're wired up to Heroku.
Are you sure? Then why is it not working then?
The back end is crashing because it's not connecting to the port. So you need to do a deploy on the back end to push that code that you just wrote for the port.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Switch to the terminal for the back end.
Mhm.
Did you you have a modified file, so go ahead and make a commit in GitHub Desktop. Yep. Here's your change. Perfect. Yep. Now we just needed to git push Heroku in the backend terminal. Git push Heroku. Cool. Cool. I think you'll be good.
Okay, I just want to say thank you and thank you for being so patient.
Yeah, absolutely. Christy, are you next? Doug, you're muted.
I thought it was me. I think I
Okay.
have a quick one.
Okay.
So I know you just did this with Christy, but the setting up the database for the back end?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not sharing my screen.
Yep. So click the resources. You're already on here. In the add-ons, you gotta get the Postgres add-on. So type in that box Postgres,
Oh,
and it'll do the whole order form nonsense. Yeah. Submit. And just remember, you're gonna have a brand new connection now for that database. So make sure your backend is using the environment variable to grab the database URL when it sets up that.
and how do I find?
Can I,
this
Well,
can I
URL?
show you? Can I show him so I can ask my question? Because that's where I'm at. Like I'm
Yeah.
on the next.
Okay, yeah.
I'm at the next part.
right.
Okay. So share screen. Here it is. Here's my big. Oh wait, I gotta share. Okay, so let me show you what. How do I go back? How do I get back to like this? No.
get back to what? To the homepage?
Like like the main part, I guess. Cause see, when I do
Command
this,
Q.
oh, the Command Q.
Yeah. Just exit out of Beekeeper. Open up Beekeeper
Oh.
again.
Oh yeah, I mean.
I don't really use Beekeeper much. So that's the only way I know how to get back to the start page.
Oh, okay. So look, so wait, Beekeeper Studio. Oh wait, now it's opening another window. Okay, Doug, this is what I did. Let me tell you what I did because I don't want you to do what I did. So you got to do new connection. And then when you do the new connection, you got to select over here. And remember, you got to make sure you don't do the same thing you did with the blog. So I had to separate it. And then remember, after you get in there, you say you do the import URL, you get that config. You remember all of that?
I don't. So that's the part that I don't remember.
So
So
Doug,
go
to get
to
that
your-
string, yep, go into the terminal wherever
do-
your app is and do Heroku config. It will give you that string. And now, Christy, you've shared your config string with the stream. I should have stopped recording.
It was only part of it.
It was Heroku.
Max,
What config?
Max, if you're watching this, scrub that, cut it out. Cut it out of the stream.
Darn it. Try to be helpful. So Doug, do you see what I'm saying? Did you see what I'm saying?
So I've got Beekeeper open. Where do I go for a new?
You go up to new connection. See right here where it says new connection.
Yeah, mine doesn't have that because I'm currently connected to blog.
So then
Command,
X out of it, start over. Close out of
Command
it and
Q.
start it over again.
Wait a minute, please.
Look, all right now, Nicole. You had 100 turns. It's me and Doug's turn now.
Oh no, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about
Oh. Like, wait a minute.
All right, so I just quit Beekeeper. I just reopened it.
Start it back up. Yep.
And then I go,
New connection.
yep, and connection type Postgres.
Yes. And,
And
then
then
name
import
it,
from
name
URL.
it Capstone Heroku.
Oh, yep.
Name on it. So you know
Uh,
it's separate. But make sure you say Capstone. And then import from URL. But now here's my question. That SSL, I clicked on the SSL and it's, I have all of this, but it's not showing up.
Wait, cause I'm trying to follow y'all. I'm gonna just watch it later. Watch it later.
I'll show you tomorrow, but let me get it right first and then I'll show you tomorrow.
Okay,
I don't know
perfect.
what you're. So isn't it the one that you have saved here, this Capstone Heroku?
Oh, I'm still showing it, huh? I just don't learn.
Isn't it the
So-
Capstone Heroku though? Click on that. That should connect
Right,
you.
so click on it.
Yeah.
Right. So, right, but how come I'm not getting what I need here?
Because Beekeeper doesn't do anything. Beekeeper just shows you what's in the database. It's just a client. It's not it doesn't do anything with your backend. It doesn't. Beekeeper is nothing special. It's
Well,
just
where's
like
my
it's like a text editor. It
Where's my-
all it does is show you what's in the database. It's not gonna fix. It's not gonna make your backend app work.
Oh, so then where
No,
is
no.
my backend?
Yeah, that's the question to be answering. Like I want to be clear. Beekeeper is not special. It
It's
just shows
like
you what's in the table.
and that we just pulling stuff.
Yeah,
like-
exactly.
Okay, it's
Yep.
a host. Okay, I got it.
Yep. So to
So,
fix the go ahead.
no, go ahead.
So to fix the backend, we just need to make sure that the backend is connecting to this new database you have. So go to your backend code and look at db.js. Your front end.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'll put this down. I got too much going on. DBJS.
db.js, perfect.
I saw a red line. Okay.
But your code is good. Scroll up. Up. See, your code is good. It's
Was
just
I supposed
deploy.
to do something in here?
No, just deploy. Is your backend still crashing? This looks like good code to me.
What's that? What's the red dot? Breakpoint?
Oh, that you just click the red dot, it'll go away.
All right, so
Deploy.
when you say deploy, what do you mean?
Git push Heroku.
Oh, duh. I've been sitting here waiting for my turn because I thought I did something wrong. Everything
You're done.
Hey,
It's up to date. Why isn't your backend working?
no.
Yeah, so was I supposed to do something different too then? Or was I, because mine said everything's up to date too, but I thought I might have needed all that beekeeper stuff. No?
No, Beekeeper is it's just if you want to go and look into the database and see what's going on inside the database. You don't need it. Christy, go back to the browser, open up the network tab. Let's see what call your front end is making. Refresh. Okay, and click on the favorites call. Favorites call is failing.
Right here.
No, don't click on that. Just click anywhere else on that line. Yep, that works. See, it's making a call to localhost 3001. So your front end is trying to talk to localhost. You want that to talk to your back end. So what me and Zach just did, that's what you want to go and do. Change that API URL.js in your front end code and make it talk to your back end.
Wait, we did that yesterday.
Yep.
Wait a
No, well, we did it on Tuesday.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that means we did it on the
I
blog.
don't have I see.
Source. Open up source. It's there. SRC.
I can't see. I have my glasses on.
Oh, no, it's not. It's you've added some code here. So open up app.js. I'll bet it's in there. Or maybe it's in home. It's in home. Okay, so open up home. Home folder. Yep, you got a home component. Cool. It's favorites. So it's in the favorites component. Click on favorites.js. Now here you're making an await fetch on line 9. So that HTTP localhost 3001, if we're running on Heroku, we need to change that to be your backend. Right?
Oh, I need to just change this link to this. What is it? This. I need to change it to this link. No.
Close. Click the open app over on the, yep, click that. That's the link you want. Yep. And yes, you can just go and replace it if you want, Christy, but take a look at the link that's in Zoom. You want to change that link based on whether your front end is local or it's deployed. If it's local, you want to use localhost 3001. But if it's on Heroku, you want to use the Heroku backend.
So so I need to use that same code that we used in the
this right here, this API URL.js, we need some of that same code to switch based off of whichever environment we're in. And I posted in the Zoom chat.
Okay, okay, I'll grab it. So I can just change, I want to change this now since I already copied and pasted it.
I understand now.
Slash favorites, because it's not just herokuapp.com, it's slash favorites was the endpoint on your back end. Okay,
Is-
great.
Wait, that's what it was on Heroku?
That's
Oh, I
what
got
your code was.
Oh, so I gotta keep it like this.
Yep, it's still slash favorites. Yep.
And then you said you put something in Zoom.
Well, I put it in Zoom. It's
That,
how
okay.
to change that.
I don't know where my chat is. What the heck?
I'm gonna say one last thing before I go. So because I don't have that code that she has that's hooked up in my because I made my backend separate and I didn't connect them, that's probably why I'm having this problem, right?
Is your backend running?
Yeah, it's running, but I don't think I've ever connected them. Like I don't have a use state or a use effect. I don't think.
Oh, I don't know. We would need to dig into it some more to find out.
I know. Good.
Try just making sure that the backend works. And if your backend has an endpoint that you can hit with the browser, like remember Hello World was just on slash. If you can get a Hello World out of your backend, you know it's running.
Oh, all right. It was then.
So if it's running, then yeah, I would first take a look at those calls and make sure you're not calling localhost 3000, because that's going to be your first
Okay.
issue.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Yep.
Good night.
Zach, did you have a
So,
question?
If you're running.
So if I create like a table in Beekeeper, it's actually creating it in the database, like the
Yes.
backend. So that information isn't stored in Beekeeper, it's stored in Capstone backend.
Yes, Beekeeper is just it's just a viewer. It's like a text editor for your database.
Huh, I never realized that. That's cool.
Yeah, well, there's other ways of connecting to your database and visualizing it. Like Beekeeper isn't anything special. You can also connect to your Postgres from the terminal and do everything that you've been doing in Beekeeper in the terminal. But yeah, I guess I should have tried to clarify that earlier, because yeah, you're not saving anything in Beekeeper. Beekeeper just acts like a text editor for you.
I don't know if like we were provided with that information before and I just didn't catch it, but I don't know. I just always thought the information was stored in Beekeeper, so I thought it wasn't working because it wasn't connecting the Beekeeper. But I am getting a message here that it looks like it's saying CORS is blocking the connection.
So the back end, does it have a CORS entry for your front end? If you go, yeah, so check out line 4. Right now, it's configured to only allow one origin to talk to your back end. Switch that to a list. So instead of it just being one string HTTP localhost 3000, switch it to a list and put keep the HTTP localhost 3000 in there. Let me just give you the example. I have blog backend. Server.js. Here we go. Steal this but obviously replace it with whatever your front end is. So notice how origin will take a string. Origin will also take a list of allowed origins.
Do I need to create an API URL?
No. That is your backend URL. CORS allows front ends to talk to your backend. So what you're trying to allow is, that's what you want, is to grab the front end URL. Zach.
Did I not?
You put in the backend URL
Oh, yeah.
and Cores is,
Back end into the back end, yeah.
yes, yep. Cores is about allowing front ends to talk to a backend. Yep. And then don't forget the deploy.
Oh, thank you.
List of all the things that you have to do every time. That's the, yeah, you want to do it on the back end. Close. We got one more thing to do. Get push Heroku.
Oh, thank you.
And it looks like you've got a terminal. You've got the server still running. If you Control C, that'll get you out of it. There you go. Now get push Heroku. I think that was your dev server running. Okay. Then you should be closer. Anybody have a question that doesn't require a screen share?
Are you available tomorrow for 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Wait, you know what? I might be okay. I'm just a little confused. Let's see.
Christy, your code is going to be different than mine. You just take a look at my code that I wrote for the API URL JS. Take a look at my code and just look at how you can get that variable, the API URL variable, into your fetch. It's not going to be the same exact code, but that's what you're going for, is you're trying to switch out the API URL. You don't need to make an API URL JS file.
Okay. Oh Lordy.
So I think I can, oh, sorry, you're still going, Christy?
No, I'm not.
I think I can ask my question without screen sharing. So I'm trying to, I'm trying to move my local database into the one on Heroku. I'm going into the tables and I'm saying export as SQL. I'm grabbing the SQL. I'm going to the other one, going to make a query, paste it and run it. And where it's running into issues seems to be any table that has a foreign key that is like labeled as a little gold key on it. If it's a foreign key that's just an integer, it's working fine. But if it's a foreign key with a little gold key icon, it tells me there's an error.
Yeah, I definitely want to see the screen for this, but I think it's upset because when you're inserting something with a foreign key, it expects whatever the key is that you're referencing to already be in the database. Otherwise it goes, I don't understand what this foreign key relationship is because what you're referencing doesn't exist.
Oh,
is my guess.
But how would it know what table that key is for?
Good question. It's actually encoded into the table definition. When you create the table, you specify this column is going to contain foreign keys to this other table. So it's a part of the table definition itself, or the table schema itself.
Oh, okay. That's so the models that we create in Sequelize specify.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Can I share my screen?
Zach, where are you at? Did you get a successful deploy? Did it work? Show me really quick. I don't want to, you're so close. I don't want you to just have a
I'm getting the
refresh.
same error messages I was getting before.
But take a look. I think I just saw it. If you okay, show me the logs for the Capstone backend. That looks right. And the logs would be in Heroku. You'll have to switch over. Remember to. That's the logs for the front end, Capstone backend. Great. Okay. App crashed. Okay, the app is crashing. So it's not even letting you let's go check the really easy stuff first. The reasons why your app may be crashing is going to be binding to the port. And then if you have a database, if it's not able to connect to the database. So leave this window open and go show me the backend code. Scroll down in server.js, scroll down. Okay, you're doing the port on line 22. You're definitely defining a port and bringing the process env into it. Keep going, keep going, keep going all the way. There it is. On line 78, you're listening and using that port. So it's definitely not the port that's the issue. All right, let's move into the db.js. Yeah, here it is. So recall when we were doing the blog backend on line 3, you're trying to connect to localhost 5432. So this is code again that is trying to talk to a local Postgres. You're at the step that Christy and Doug were at, where you need to go into Postgres, or sorry, go into Heroku, the backend for Heroku. Yep, click on the resources tab to order a database, the add-ons box. Start typing Postgres to order a new Postgres database. Hold on. That's not what you want. Click out of that. X out of that. Postgres. The third from the bottom, or third from the top. Yep, that's what you want.
Cool.
All right, now go back into your code. Now that you have a Postgres allocated, now we need to change this line. And again, it's going to be that same sort of thing. We try to get it from the environment if Heroku is giving us a variable. Otherwise, we'll fall back to that. And I have code for it in, let's see, db.js here. So I'll paste this in Zoom chat.
Just line 6?
No, you need line 6 through, remember, we need all of that options stuff. So it's going to be line 6 through 27 that you'll want to change. And then my database URL looks like it's different than yours on line 10. So maybe don't take my line 10 exactly. Maybe throw your version of line 10 in. See, you're on line 3. When you're defaulting to localhost, you do something different. So, so maybe save that so you don't lose it. So, yep, paste and then change line 8 with what you have on line 27. That string for your local looks like it's different than mine. No, not verbatim. Sorry, back up 2 undos. Back up one more. All right.
So I just want to replace the link, you mean?
Yeah, the connection string. Yep. See, mine's set up for the blog connection. You're trying to connect to your local users. Yep. And then you can nuke 27. Yep. Yeah, same song and dance, commit and Heroku push, that whole thing. We'll answer another question and come back. What you got, Christy?
So, okay, so just so I think I'm understanding now. I'm basically, I'm not using API URL.js. I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna use the if window.location.host index of hack. So where I had localhost 3000 behind that fetch, I need to put it back. And then I need to come down, and then where you have API URL, I would change that to favorites equals, and then I would use my backend Heroku /favorites comma. Should I show you?
Sure.
Like this.
So close. Not really. Back up. Undo. Hit undo until
Undo all of it.
yeah. This isn't. This doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Well, look at line 12. What is favorites?
That's the page. That's this up here, .js.
But I'm saying, according to the rules of JavaScript on line 12, what is favorites?
That's the, well, it should be the URL. So should I change that to URL? Something URL.
Well, I can see that you're assigning a URL to favorites, but the problem is favorites doesn't exist on line 12. Let me show you what I mean. Can I take control of your computer for a sec?
Yeah.
This right here, this keyword favorites right here. What is this?
I because I don't have an API URL, so that's what I
No,
thought.
I get that. I'm saying, what is this? In terms of JavaScript, what is this?
What is favorites?
Uh-huh.
It's the page. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I don't know what you're asking me.
What is this statement doing? It's taking this string HTTPS /capstone backend. It's taking this and it's storing it in favorites, right?
Yes.
Yes or no? Like the equal sign. What does the equal sign do in JavaScript? What does a single equals do?
It is calling
Let
it.
me back up. If I do let A equals, if I do that, what is that doing?
It's the A. It's trying to define A.
It's defining A. What's inside of A?
A one inside of.
Right. So the equal sign in JavaScript takes what's on the right and it stores it into something on the left, right?
I wouldn't want to store the link in favorites. I want to. That should be a different word.
It doesn't. The problem isn't storing it in here. My question is, what is favorites? Because if you want to declare a variable in JavaScript, you need to start by using the let statement to create.
No.
To create something. Favorites is up here.
Right.
Favorites. So we can't use favorites because favorites is a piece of React state. Favorites is a variable that's already being used with React state. So what we're trying to do is, based on what URL is currently in the browser, we're changing what backend we're talking to, right?
Right.
So we don't need to wait.
Wait, is it, so would it mean then there's another favorites on the back end? Is that confused? I don't know. I'm lost. I used favorites twice and Max said it was okay.
Favorites is the word favorites is a variable right here that holds a piece of React state. You're declaring it on line 5.
Right.
So what we're getting at, Christy, is we want to make the call for response later. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to change out. We're still wanting to call the favorites endpoint, right? It's a /favorites that's on the server. You have an API endpoint called /favorites. Right?
Yes. No. Is it slash or is it just that? Okay.
So let's make a variable called host, and we're going to put that in here. And host is going to start off we're going to make a box. We're going to call it host, and it's going to start off holding a URL to your local backend. But if we find out that the window has Heroku app loaded, we're going to change the contents of that box to include your Heroku app URL. Then on the next line, we're going to fetch whichever value we have in the host box. We're going to fetch from it and tack on /favorites. That should do it.
So tell me what host means again. Host is what? Tell me what
It
host find at.
can mean anything we want. We can name our variables anything.
Okay.
Host isn't special. It's just that we can name our variables birds if we want. They're just boxes we can put stuff in. You name them whatever makes sense to you.
Well, the reason why I put favorites there was because I didn't have API URL and I knew that it needed to be attached to something, but I guess
Mhm.
that
It
was
needs to
the
be attached to the /favorites because look here in your server.js, your server has a endpoint called /favorites.
Oh, okay.
That's what you want to link up is you want when they load the favorites component here, the favorites.js, you want this to call your favorites endpoint, and then you want to show that.
Okay. Right. It's after 9 and I haven't had a snack. I haven't had a snack since 5:30. So you know my brain is running on. I'm changing this back to host because I don't like birds.
I'm so close.
Yeah, what's up?
So Nathan, I took what you said and like for any table that had an ID foreign key, I started with the first table that didn't, and then any table that used that, and I got,
yep.
So I've got all of them except for one now. So I've got all these tables are working except for tags.
What does tags need?
Tags needs item ID and my items are all there.
Okay.
And but
So
the query says it violates foreign key.
Constraint tags item ID foreign key.
And if I go into tags, I believe if I roll over, it's looking for items ID.
Items ID. Click on the items table. And you most certainly have an ID column. Right click on the tags table over on the left. If you right click on it, does it show you the structure? Yeah, view structure. ID is, yeah, that makes sense. Item ID. Okay, click on the column indexes. Sorry, up in the top, see how it has columns, indexes, relations? Yep. Okay, click on the relations. Here we go. Here's the foreign key relationship. So it's saying foreign key tables, items, foreign key columns, ID, and in here it's called item underscore ID. Boy, all of this looks correct.
What does it mean that the item ID is nullable?
It means that you could technically not put an item ID in there.
Okay.
And allow it to be blank.
Do I
Gosh,
want?
you've done everything right. I don't know why it's not letting you. Can we go run that query just one more time?
Yeah.
Here's my guess. Here, actually do this. Chop off or grab into your clipboard lines 2 through 21. So there's only line 1. Yeah, grab all
everything up to the 2.
So we just have one line. Yep. copy that or cut that into your, yep, run that. Okay, now show me over on the right what the item ID is. So scroll in that terminal for query. Scroll over to the right some.
On the right
Item
in
ID
this one.
is.
Sorry, I thought you meant the local database.
See how the item ID is technically 1 there? So let's go
Oh,
look
I
at,
don't think I have any items with the idea of 1.
yeah, so let's go back to items, the table real quick and just see, do we have anything that has ID 1? No, it starts at 60.
Yeah. Is that, let me just look real quick. It's got to be the same over here because that's where I'm copying it from.
Item
Yeah.
ID is 1.
Huh.
So here's the thing, you could totally have tables with foreign keys. Let me back up. When you created those rows, item ID at 1 totally existed. At some point though, you deleted it, which made these foreign keys dangling or have or be orphaned, which is not technically invalid, but obviously we're catching that now when we're trying to import it to the other one. So I don't really know what your solution is, right? Because you want these to be linked.
Yeah, I guess I can just recreate those 2 tables. Although other things depend on items. So maybe I just maybe I just recreate the tags table.
I'll tell you what.
Or go through the tags.
I think kudos to you for trying to recreate your local environment in the deployed environment. I say kudos to you because you're learning about how painful this stuff is. If you want to make it easier on yourself, I would clear the deployed database and yeah, make it from scratch, because like you're seeing, you have all these relationships that you have to preserve.
But I've got like 16,000 tiles. And I don't want to.
What do you mean?
So in my tiles table, there are 16,000 entries.
Yeah.
So which don't get generated at startup. I did it. So I built another interface to create stuff to seed the database for my app. So, and that piece, it does not get deployed to Heroku. So it won't recreate the databases.
Okay.
I've since tags seems to be the one place that's messed up and it's only got 21 items. I think I might just try to
manually
redo that. I might even just go in and manually change the numbers to match items. So one last question I had, which I don't know if you know the answer to this because you said you're not that familiar with Sequelize. So these are the models, and in most of the models, so here it's giving some piece of information about the foreign key, but in most of them it just says it's integer. So but
how does it know?
Yeah, it's just because it says item and it's ID and it says, well,
notice here on, I see what you're saying. So item ID here on tag does represent a foreign key.
Yes. How does it know that?
I have no idea. The only thing that makes sense to me is that it introspects. I don't know. It seems to me that maybe Sequelize is doing something where it looks for anything that has blah underscore ID, and then it looks for tables that has that is my hunch. That's the only thing that would make sense. But that seems strange that because like, what if I made something that was called like, I don't know, laptop ID, but I didn't have a laptop table? Would Sequelize stop me from creating a column called laptop ID? That seems odd.
Or if you had laptop ID, but you were referring to, I don't know, a dog, like a
Yeah.
lap dog. And then, but then you also had a laptop computer table.
Mhm.
So it thinks you're talking about one, but really you mean the other.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Because yeah, in either situation, it would be kind of ambiguous what the user meant. I really like what you were just showing me, which was it the item table or was it the user? Either way, whichever one in the model code,
Oh, in the
was it
model.
list item? I
Yeah.
really like what you have on 16 where you're spelling out this is a foreign key to list item I like that a lot. I
So
don't know what the other one is.
I'm thinking either Max might have helped me with this, or he might have been looking at it, because I don't think that's something I came up with on my own. Or it might have just been maybe one class, he told us about it and I included it in one of my models. I don't know. Because they both say list item user. Here's the user ID, but inventory ID also says list item user.
Oh, yeah, that's a little strange. What is the foreign key then?
Whereas if I go into list item, it says inventory ID, points to inventory. Oh, but it doesn't say user is a foreign key. I mean, it doesn't have that little icon anyhow.
Right.
Yeah, it's just an integer.
How did you create these tables?
You mean the how did I put the rows in them?
Not the rows. How did the tables get created? Did they get created on startup when your app launched?
Yes, I believe that's where they all came from. Although you know what? There might have been a couple that I did in Beekeeper with SQL, because I think I might have created it and I was like, oh no, this needs to have something else.
That's
I
what
know
I think is going on.
I did some modifications, which I just saved all my commands, so I can't even say.
This is
Oh,
it.
like here,
This
I did
is it.
alter table list items.
Yeah, this is it. This is for sure it. There is a mismatch between what you have in code for the definition for your tables. There's a mismatch between that and what's actually in there. And I think the changes are so subtle that they're not throwing errors right now. But I think what you have for your table definitions is different than your model code. And that's why if you go back at the list item, what is on line 14 and on line 18 doesn't make sense, because they're both pointing to the same key. Oh, that's what's happening. Inventory ID and user ID are pointing to the same key, so they're the same value.
Right, but they should be different.
I think you've got a mismatch between what's in the database and what's in your
So if I go through each of my models and look at what's in the table and figure out, oh, this table has like crossed off, whereas the table in the database doesn't, like, should I go through and make sure that all my models match my actual tables?
You can. You'll notice it though when you're running it, because you'll try to pull something from the database. Your model will try to pull something. Your database will have a different schema. I guess long story short, if it's not throwing errors and you don't care, then it's not a big deal. But
yes, so far it's all been working.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're good to go. But that is a strange.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say so. So I'll just go manually try to fix the tags table and see if I can move on from there.
Yeah, like you saw in the query, if you blow up that window on the query tab, I know I got you to grab the 20 something rows, or over on the left, sorry, the remote database. If you Command Z and try to get those rows back, you can see the ordering there for what value you would change. So values is just a comma separated list, and it looks like
Oops.
It looks like the offending value is the third item in the list. So you would change not the big string, but it looks like you would manually fix that second integer that you see for each
Right
one.
here.
Yep, exactly. If you
Okay,
fix,
so
actually, it sounds like if you fix the first three, then maybe the other ones will be valid because
well, it looks like my items they go from
60.
60 to 125.
Mm.
I'm gonna have to actually look at. I think if I look at the name, because I'm gonna have to figure out which one it's supposed to refer to.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah, so if I take the item ID and get it to match.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
You've gone above and beyond tonight.
Zach, come on, just finish line. Take
I
me
still have the
home. What do you
same
got?
error.
Which error is it? Is it the database crashing?
Core's blocked.
What's the backend doing? Backend logs?
Let me see. What am I? Okay. Stupid bar. Move this out of here. Okay.
Oh, great. Scroll up. Any of this have anything useful? Did you actually trigger? Yeah, you did. Okay. I can't see the error. And also it's still saying failed to bind to port. Which we've done that already. It definitely binds to port. Anyways, it looks like the error is coming from the relation user is not defined. So I think it's complaining because the tables haven't been created yet. And if you go and open the code and look in, scroll down, await DB authenticate, see line 33, that db.sync is the problem. db.sync will create your models for you, your SQLized models for you, if they don't exist. And right now your database doesn't have anything because it's a brand spanking new database. So it doesn't have any of the tables set up. So you need that call line 33, you need that call to run. The problem is that the server's not getting to that line because it's throwing an error in server.js. It's throwing an error if you click over to server.js. It's throwing an error down on 92 because it's trying to create the first user and the table doesn't exist. So the whole thing tips over before it gets a chance to hit that call, that await, that DB sync line. So we've got this condition where like one thing's happening before the other and is causing the whole thing to bust. So the solution to it that we talked about yesterday was here in the link to db.js that I sent. Yesterday, I took the calls to this right here. Yesterday, look down on scroll down a little bit. A little more. They're on line 60. I moved the calls to create users after the sync happened so that the tables would get created and then it would go and create those users and insert them into the table. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so
yeah, pack up your shit here
Right.
on not line 82 through 92. Grab all of that. Grab all of it. Yep. Chop it out, Control X and bring that with you. Bring this over to cut that. Yep. And then yep. And then we need to create the function. So go ahead and right above, like around 24 or something, drop in those lines. So we need to declare the const create first user. We need to declare that up above, but then the actual call to create the first user on line 35, we need the call to activate that function. We need to take that and bring it down below 45. So don't create the first user until the db.sync has finished on line 43. Yep. And then be careful, the db.sync is an async function. So we need to wait for that to finish before we move on to the next line. So we have to do, yep, and a wait before. Now I think you'll be good.
Do I want to do it to this as well or no?
Didn't he
You
have to
don't
make
have to.
another prop? Wasn't there, didn't you say you need to make?
Oh,
something?
good catch, Christy. Bcrypt. We moved over code that uses on line 30. See how we have a bcrypt.hash sync? We
Yeah.
need to go and steal the import for bcrypt from server.js and copy that. Thank you for catching that, Christy.
Remember, I had the issue with that yesterday.
Mhm. Scroll up to the top. So our imports for all our code are at the top, and line 7 is what you want. Steal 7 and bring that. Yep, you got it. This is the one. This is the one for sure. This is the one. It's upset. It's requiring you to write an essay. You're good there. Yep. Muscle memory at this point. Oh man, Max is gonna be getting on later and he's gonna look at the recording. He's gonna be like, what the heck did you guys do?
I just have one last question, and I probably broke it, and it might just be broke.
All right, I'm gonna kick you out after this question.
That's fine. I wanted to be kicked out. My eyes are burning. Voila!
Come
That's
on.
it.
Come on.
Yes. We did it.
Nice.
Thank you. I appreciate your
Very,
help.
very nice.
So
Oh my God.
Very nice.
I updated, I did everything right. So when I go into inspect and I go into console, it's the old line. It's not updated. And remember, I
Did you
set
deploy?
yes. And remember, I did the git. I mean, I don't have to do the git. Remember, I set
Oh,
up
right,
the
right.
who I'm at.
So
I don't
share your screen. Share your screen. We have to go and look at GitHub to see what happened. But you're right. Yeah, it should be an automatic deploy. So open up.
So see right here.
Open up. It's the same code. Actually, keep this window open and click the little gear. Let me annotate and show you. Click this little gear right here. This gear.
Oh.
And then there should be a disable while blah 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 is open. Oh gosh.
Under network, disable cache while dev tool is open.
Good eye. Yep, this guy right here. Check that box. And then refresh. Command R. Okay, then go. You can click out of this box now. Refresh one more time. Yeah, for sure. It didn't do the deploy. Okay, open up github.com and let's go to the place where you did the deploy or the where your code is at. So the capstone front end. Yep, click there. Yep. Click on it. Oh, we never know. Wait. Oh, I know what happened. 22 minutes, wait. Click on actions. Actions tab. Oh, it's been failing. Click on this one.
Oh, everything
Error in your
failed?
YAML on line 5. So open up your VS Code.
Oh my
front end.
God. So that's what it's been. So this,
Scroll
oh,
up to the
yeah.
top. Yep, this is what we want. Scroll down. On line 5, it says scroll back up to the top. Oh shoot. Take this, highlight this text right here and tab one time. Yeah, save. Push, commit and push. This.
I would be sick. I will be sick.
And I'm just going to confirm that that's what I have in mind.
Say Command R.
Just wait on that because we got. Did you make the commit and push it?
Yeah.
Go back to GitHub because that's where your deploys are going to happen from now on. Go back to GitHub. Click on that Actions tab one more time. Oh, click on that last one. It failed again. Click yep, right on the top. Error on line 10. So open that YAML one more time.
Oh my God.
Line 10. Scroll down. Oh, highlight all of line 10 through 17. Tab.
Why didn't
Push.
Prettier kick in?
Sorry?
Why didn't Prettier kick in?
Because this is YAML and not .js.
Oh,
Also, it's my fault because you copy it from the slide, and I think the formatting when you copy it from, yeah, obviously the formatting when you copy it from the slide, it doesn't end up being the right code. I'm sorry about that. I'll fix that in the slides.
ha ha!
Is it green? Is it going?
Update. It's an update. It said it
Okay.
update.
Click
So what
into
about
it.
all the rest of the stuff?
Well, so those deploys failed, but this one will deploy the code that you have. So before you come here and refresh though, go back to that GitHub page. Yep, the actions. So that thing that's spinning right there, that's running the git push Heroku, and that's doing the whole deploy. If you click on it, you'll see that it's running. So yeah, click that update deploy YAML. Click on the build. That's the job that's been running in the middle. Yep, click that. And then here you can watch. These are the logs that will get that would be in your terminal if you were doing git push Heroku on your own. But now you're making GitHub do it for you.
I was like, what did I'm like, I've been sitting here, I did everything I thought I did. But you know, that's crazy because now I know that you have to go check actions because you think that you did something and
Well, you only have to do this once. And as long as it works once, it'll keep working, so long as the API key and the email don't change. Yep, refresh.
come on now, don't do this to me.
Good night, all. I gotta go take out the trash.
See you,
Good
Doug.
night.
Night, Doug.
Thanks. All right. See you all on Saturday.
Command R, no,
It's still loading.
okay. Oh, I didn't see that.
Spinning in the top. Oop, there's some new code.
Does it say, is it working? Is it, I don't see any red. Let's see, console.
Go to sources. You have a breakpoint. Click on the sources tab and then click, check off that breakpoint. See over here on the left, you have a breakpoint set. So your code is paused here. Uncheck that. Yep. And then hit the play button right above you. this right here. Yep, there you go. It's upset now because look at the console. It's upset because says the back end has been blocked by course. It's making a request. Open this up in your browser. Open the /favorites URL. Yep. Yeah, your backend's borked.
Is what?
Your backend's not running. It's crashed.
Okay, it's too much.
Too much?
Huh? What do I have to do?
We've gone this far. We need to cross the finish line for my sanity.
Okay.
Click
Okay.
on the Heroku backend. Let's go look at the logs. So click somewhere on one of these Heroku tabs. Switch off from the Capstone front end to the back end. Front end's good. We want Capstone back end. Click on the logs in the More tab. Yep. Yep. App crashed. We need to trigger a deploy to get it to show us the logs again.
So I gotta go in here and do something to it.
Do
Let's see.
something. Yep. Zach, are you good? Are you hanging, or are you got one more?
I'm good. I was just looking to see how you were helping Christy.
Okay.
So
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I
Thanks.
did something and then it's on the back end. Yeah, the exact, don't leave me. Let's see. So it didn't do anything. I added a comment.
Okay. Save. Git commit.
It's not, it
Can you
wasn't.
show me the screen?
Oh yeah, where am I? Am I in the, oh wait, hold on a second. Stop sharing. Share.
Okay. Back end, cool. You're in the front end code.
Oh, well, that's why. So that's why it didn't work. Let me see.
Okay.
Maybe.
Save. Yep. Run over to GitHub desktop. Commit. Push. And then this is not automated, so you need to do the git push Heroku. Okay. Now, while that's going, let's look in db.js and sanity check the, did you do the order form deal for Postgres and get a Postgres database for your backend?
Say that again.
In the Heroku Capstone backend, did you go to the resources, the add-ons, Postgres? Did you make a Postgres database for your backend? Order one?
Yes. This
Okay.
part. Wait. This. Not this. This part.
I think I remember you doing it because you were trying to connect to it with Beekeeper. So I think I
This
answered
part.
no.
I think
Yeah.
she did. I was trying
Yeah.
to
It's,
follow along. And I
Okay.
tried to install the wrong thing. It was that thing that was asking for a credit card for me.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. Click on, I think you might, yeah. Wait, DB is not defined on line 24 of DB.js. Let's go look at that. What's on line 24? DB. So you're trying to wire up the favorites model using the DB object on line 24, but what is DB?
database. This.
Yeah, but I mean in the context of the code, like what is DB? In JavaScript, what is DB?
It's the database. It's the db.js.
But where is it coming from?
Right. It's from here. Or should it not? Okay, so all of this, so I had code from originally. And then when we went over to Heroku, that's what I was trying to do. That's what I've been trying to do, is to take my code and make it so that it's Herokuized, I guess you would say. So that was where, all of this was what I was using before I went into Heroku.
Okay.
So
What
that's
is
why
DB? The word, if you scroll up,
right here, you mean, what
not
is that?
DBJS the file. I mean, what is DB? Scroll up.
It's
What is DB?
the
And
database.
no, I know that DB stands for database, but I mean, in JavaScript, you can't say DB. DB doesn't mean anything in JavaScript. You have to either import something or create a variable or a function or something in order for those words to mean something.
So should I have a const? No. There was something here with did I
Yep.
change it?
There definitely was. There's let me see. There is a statement where you create a new SQLized object and then you store it into a box called DB. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, Zach already got it. Yep, you're right.
I deleted that. I messed up. I messed that up, and here we are. That it's coming back to haunt me because I remember. Oh, I gotta stop. I think I have to. Oh no, maybe I don't.
Yeah, I think more important though than the actual line of code is just remembering that when you see something like that, like DB, a variable or a keyword that you don't know where it comes from, just work backwards and try to understand, because there are very few special keywords in JavaScript that by themselves do things. Let, const, function, require, these are all words that will do something in JavaScript, but like DB is not a word that does something. So we have to look for
the connection.
Well, where did it come from? Like,
right.
Yeah, is it a variable? Is it a function? Is it a library?
I remember seeing this, and then when I made this statement, I feel like I might have typed over it.
Okay.
So does this go on? This is not line 2. I feel like it was down here.
Well, when do we want to make the SQLized connection?
Before.
But Zach, why is it on line 36?
Isn't it before the if and the else, right?
So look at what is happening on lines 4 through, I don't know, 20 something. We're creating these options to pass to SQLize. We're setting up the connection string. We're turning SSL on and off. So we're preparing this options object and this database URL. We're preparing these two things to then pass to SQLize. Then when we pass it to SQLize, it returns an object that we store into a box called DB.
So it should be line 3, right? I should push that down and it should be line 3? No? Or should it be? It should be here.
It should be there, right? Because on the lines up above it, you're preparing the objects. You're preparing the options in the database URL to go into the SQLize function. If you put it up on line 3, the next area you would see is database URL is undefined. Options is undefined because those boxes wouldn't have been created yet. Those boxes get created, database URL and options. Scroll up a little bit, Christy. Those boxes get created. Scroll up. Those boxes get created on line 3 and 4. The let statement lets you create new boxes, new variables.
Okay.
So we have to create the boxes first. we fill it with stuff, and then we pass those into Sequelize. Does that make sense?
It does.
A little more?
And I knew all of this stuff before, but my brain is
Okay.
broken. And just trying to, and I think that I have a lot of anxiety about going, because it took me a long time to get my capstone working. Remember I told you the other day? It took me a long time to get my capstone working, and then is there a basketball? There must be a baseball game because I hear fireworks. So
Yep. Commit and push.
we push it.
Great. Yep. And then let's
Oh.
hop over to the log window and see what happens in the logs.
OMG.
Build started. Here we go. Get your money on the table. Get your money on the table. It's starting. It's running npm start. It's running. It's connected. It's running and it's connected. Refresh that front end. Refresh this front end. Refresh it.
Commander. Forget about it.
Oh, what is this actually cores? Show me the backend code. Is this actually cores now? If you open up the backend code in the top of server.js, there's the statement for setting up your cores origins. No, wait. What's that URL? Christy Harlow, are you missing a W in there? On
No,
line 9?
it's no W. It's no W because it wasn't enough lines, because it wasn't enough space.
Go show me in the blog, or sorry, in the browser window, the URL that you're making a request to. Yes. Go back.
Wait,
Go back
to
to the
here?
browser. Go back to the front end window. Click on
This one?
this. Go back here.
Here?
Go here. Yes. Here we go. Copy this. Or sorry, just open that. Just double click that. Double click it. Okay, show me the logs then here. Or wherever your logs were, Capstone backend, yeah. Oh gosh, that tab's closed now. I don't know if we're gonna see those error messages. Come on. Connected, failed to bind to port. What? Christy, show me the server. Show me that we're failing to bind to port. Show me the server. Server.js.
Oh God.
Server.js. Scroll down to the section where we start up the server. Here we've got the process env port. Oh, Christy.
What?
Line 31. We're connecting to 3001. Yet we create this box here to hold our port, and we switch our port based on whether we're on Heroku or if we're on localhost. So what we want to do is take the port and replace line 3001 with it. That way port will be one of those two things.
Wait. So this should say port right here?
This section of code right here, we're creating a port variable on line 25.
Right.
And then we're not using the port variable on line 31. We're still listening, no matter what, we're always going to listen on 3001.
Well, then
So we need
this, you talk. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just saying 3001, we need to change this from 3001 to port. We're not going to just listen on 3001. We're going to listen on whatever port is set to. Come in. Push.
Oh my God.
push,
You
push.
know, and I did all this earlier.
This is
I thought I had it.
this is great because the database we know is working. The app didn't tip over. It connected to the database. So we know that part is running.
God, oh my 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 God.
Get push Roku? Yep. I'm glad I'm not a gambling man.
Right, oh yeah, Starbucks gift card or something.
You don't know
Jeez.
me anything other than catharsis. Show me the money. I think that we went too fast.
Okay.
I think that the deploy is still going. That's my hope. Refresh. Come on.
Command R.
Okay, go back to the logs. What's in the logs? The backend logs. It's running. As of 54, try refreshing one more time on that front end. Let's see.
Set on the front end.
Yeah, and that, sorry, in that browser, hit refresh. It's different.
It is.
Failed the fact. Wait, no. You have a favorites array. Did it make it? No.
I feel like
Click in the backend logs again.
Oh wait. I'm in the wrong thing.
Okay, so the server is still alive. That's great. And then we made a call to favorites.
It's still going through.
Yeah, see here, it's got status 200. So the server responded correctly to the favorites. You remember how you had another window? Is it like one of these two? If you click over there, one of these two windows here, one of these Chrome tab windows here had the back end open. Yeah, refresh this. Okay, so it's successfully responding to favorites. So we know the back end's good. Now we're just dealing with the front end. So come back and click on this, sorry, what you have highlighted, click on that. Yep. Refresh one more time. Let's triple check this, make sure it's right. Okay, so the back end is good. The problem here is definitely the cores list. So copy your URL in the browser. Copy that. Let's go back to the server in server.js. Yep. Scroll up to the top, that cores list. Replace line 9, just for my sanity. Replace line 9 with what you have in your clipboard. Back up one. No.
The splash out, right?
Yep, take it out. Save and then open up GitHub desktop. And let's see if Git thinks that this has changed, if there's actually any change here. Sorry, a GitHub desktop, remember the thing that you make the commits in. Backend, no, it's the same code. Git is telling us that hasn't changed at all. Go back to the code in server.js. Scroll over to the left. Server.use cores. You're definitely using it. You're using it. Oh, Christy. I don't know if I can see what's wrong.
I know because it's saying even in the
Can you click? Can I take over for a second?
yes. Where's
Okay.
the
I'll ask. Here we go. I'm gonna go look at the network tab. Refresh. Oh my gosh, it's working. We just need to have refresh. Yep, it's working. See right here, it's making a call to favorites. Here's the response. It's empty. And here's the console. favorites is empty. Favorites is an empty list because you don't have any favorites in the database, but it's talking to
But I do.
not in your deployed Heroku database. You have it on your local database, right?
But
Or
I
did you
thought,
make some?
yeah, like, wait, where is it?
That's
do
your
I-
local. If you connect to your Capstone Heroku, yeah, double click on the Capstone Heroku one. And then open up the favorites, yeah. Or just click on the icon. Here. See, your table is empty. You could go in here and create some rows, but
Well, where's the rows that I had previously? They're just not there.
well, hold on, let me take control. So let's close that and then try to reopen Beekeeper.
It's over here.
Is that
Page-
open on another window?
Yeah, I'll bring it over. Oh, shoot. No, that's not it.
Okay. So remember, that's the Heroku capstone. If we open up your local host one, oh, this is
Oh,
different.
Yeah,
I don't know which one it is, but you have a local, what?
if you click in the arrow, it'll have favorites. Up in here, if you click up here and go to favorites.
Oh. Yeah, okay, so this is on your Postgres running on your computer. Here,
Oh.
let me show you. Let me show you. I can do this real quick for you. Export. Take this, turn it into SQL, run. Let's show. Can you give me that window? Okay, and then we'll right click, open with Visual Studio Code. Open. I don't know if this will work. I'm gonna try to copy that to the clipboard. New window. We'll open. Okay, and then I'll open up the Capstone Heroku. Grab a query, paste. Oh, it is going to work. Cool. Run. Now we'll go to favorites. You've got stuff here. Come back, refresh.
Oh my God. This is my, I modeled it after Oprah. So this is Christy's favorite things. And so, oh my God. Oh, Zach, you're still there. Oh
Congrats.
my God. Nathan is the bomb. Nathan is the bomb.
I made a problem and then I spent all week making problems for you just to help you solve them. All right,
my
I'm
God.
kicking everybody
Thank
out. I'm stopping the recording.
you.
Have a great
Thanks
night.
for your help,
Good
Nathan.
night.
Yep.
Have a good
See
night,
you
guys.
Saturday.
Yeah.